Good evening, everybody. Welcome to Thursday Night Speedrunning here on the Nick RP stream. In case you ever wondered where the subscriber noise came from. Yes, welcome to Thursday Night Speedrunning here on the Nick RP stream, as always. But a little bit different today. We are on something completely different from normal. An old favourite. This is Klonoa 2, Lunatea's Veil. Hello, Cosmic Varanid. Klonoa 2 Lunatea's Veil is a game originally released in 2001 for the PlayStation 2. It is one of my favourite video games of all time. It is the, I want to say first video game I learnt to speedrun. I'm pretty sure it is the first video game I learnt to speedrun. I kind of learnt this alongside Sonic Generations. And I learnt this like 12 years ago, something like that. I learnt this the year after I finished university. That's when I first started learning speedruns. So 2012. That would be 12 years ago from 2024. That would make sense. Yeah, totally. So yes, I've been speedrunning for 12 years. It's only I would speedrun like once every blue moon. I would speedrun for a week or so after a GDQ, and that'd be it. I then wouldn't touch any more speedrunning for a while. I originally learnt Klonoa 2 because I was going back to my university for a gaming social, a 24-hour gaming social, and they decided that they were going to put a projector on and encourage people to do speedruns. So I learned Klonoa 2 and Sonic Generations. I ended up not running Sonic Generations because I never felt happy with it, which is probably for the best. But I did end up running Klonoa 2 back on my PS2. So when I finally came back to do speedrunning again properly, and I actually became a speedrunner, I did pick up Klonoa 2 again, and since then Klonoa 1 and 2 were re-released on the Fantasy Reverie series. I say re-released, they were ported. This is a remaster of the original PS2 game. It's a fantastic remaster, and it means we have it running natively on PC, which is fantastic. I used to run this off my PS2, and it used to be a royal pain in the arse because it has the PAL version that I have has 50 and 60 hertz options for play, but during scene transitions the resolution would change, or the refresh rate would change from 60 back down to 50 and then back again, and capture cards don't like that, and it's horrible trying to run this on a PS2 and capture it. I only have one capture device that can do it as well. Nothing else that I used really worked with it. So I had a really old clunky capture card, a Roxio HD Pro, I think it was called. It was the only thing, and I had to have a separate screen for it because I had to have a screen that allowed for an analog input for using component cables rather than HDMI, because the HDMI would make the screen transitions even worse. It was horrible. I don't think I'll ever go back to running it on PS2 because we now have a perfectly good version running on PC instead. Talking of asking how the family are doing, one of them is right here. Hello, Heidi. My wife is in the chat. We're doing great. I am just about to come to the end of my first week of paternity leave. So when Alex was first born, I took 4 weeks of paternity leave because that's, well, in the UK you are allowed 2 weeks, but my work doubles it and gives you 4 weeks, which I was very, very grateful for. I would not have wanted to go to work after 2 weeks. 4 weeks was absolutely needed, and I genuinely believe in the UK statutory maternity leave should absolutely be 4 weeks and not 2 weeks. 2 weeks sucks. Could be worse. It could be America where you're allowed to leave but you don't get any pay. I don't understand how people in America have children. spoken to like Suave Beardson about this because he's a dad as well, and just like trying to understand how you deal with having a baby in the US is a nightmare. I don't get it. But we've obviously since October and Alex was born, Heidi's been on maternity leave. I've been working, and now we're swapping over for the last stint, partly because Heidi earns more money than me, and we're now at the point where Heidi's not getting anything from work. She's just getting the statutory maternity pay, which is fuck all. In the UK. So now we've swapped over. So she goes back to work and earns full pay, and I earn the bog standard paternity pay, shared parental pay, as it's actually called. So yes, I now get absolutely fuck all for 7 weeks. But me getting fuck all for 7 weeks is better than her getting fuck all for 7 weeks, because she gets more than I do. I've bridged the gap a little bit over the years, but every time I feel like I've bridged the gap, she takes it further. Actually, because she's got a new job and she's going down slightly, and I've recently got a pay rise, for the first time I've actually closed the gap even further. But I say like close the gap like it's there. It's not. It's like not even close. Comparing what she earns and what I earn. Yeah, I don't want to say because I'm embarrassed. But yeah, she earns significantly more than I do. So yes, 7 weeks. 7 weeks of just me and Alex. So I'm coming to the end of week 1. It's been lovely so far. Just being able to do the day-to-day stuff that I've not really been involved with that much. I've obviously been around on weekends and stuff, but I haven't been overly involved. Obviously, particularly throughout the week. I mean, I do work from home 3 out of 5 days a week. So I have seen a lot of what goes on, but I've not really been involved because I'm sat here at my desk working. Yeah, it's been really nice. Tomorrow's going to be fun. Having a bunch of windows redone. All of the windows at the front of the house are being replaced tomorrow, including the window that is directly above me right here. The both windows in this room. So once I finish tonight's stream, or first thing tomorrow morning when I get up, I have got to completely not dismantle my entire PC, but move my entire PC setup out of the way, which is not easy these days because it's fucking heavy. I've got to get it out of the way so they can get to this window, move the desk, move everything. It's going to be horrible. And then once it's done, I've got to reset it and put everything back in time for Misfit Mascot Relay on Saturday. So that's one reason for playing Klonoa 2 today. On this Saturday, starting at 1 p.m. in the afternoon in the UK, I will be participating in Misfit Mascot Relay 3, the third relay and my third appearance. Sort of. I ran the same category in Misfit Mascot Relay 1. It's going to be Klonoa any percent standard mode, so no popka, no support mode, which is not my preference. I prefer support mode. It's more interesting. It's a bit quicker, but the controller setup for support mode is a pain in the arse. Until we find one that isn't a pain in the arse, no one really wants to commit to it, which is completely understandable. So we're doing the same one again. So I did that in Misfit Mascot Relay 1. Misfit Mascot Relay 2, there was a massive issue with timings. I ended up being late and actually ended up having my run cancelled. It was not a very nice experience. It's a very humbling experience. The first time I've ever missed a marathon appearance. I was really mad at myself. But by the end of it, both parties agreed that there were faults on both sides, and we're cool about it because I'm back for round 3. But I'm also the first run this time. Klonoa 2 opens the marathon, so I have absolutely no excuse to be late this time. So if I'm late this time, I'm retiring from speedrunning. That's it, done. Not doing it. So that's not going to happen. We've got plenty more stuff coming up. So tonight we're just going to do, it's going to be relatively chilled. It's not a particularly intense game or difficult game. So we're just going to, have it nice and chilled, and just enjoy ourselves. And that starts straight away by asking you, my wonderful viewers and community, which costume should I wear for run number 1? So these are the options that we've got. We've got the normal costume. This is what Klonoa wears in Klonoa 2. We have the Klonoa 1 outfit. So this is Klonoa from Klonoa 2 wearing the outfit from Klonoa 1. We have the Moo impersonator set. It's just Klonoa with a Moo hat. We have the why is the that's weird. My buttons now stop. Oh, my controller now doesn't control the game. That's weird. Let's reset that. It should be using Steam input. Financially sounds probably not exactly the right term to use, but we're doing okay. We're doing okay considering our situation. This month in particular is tough, because of the fact that I am getting paid absolute bare minimum. I'm used to receiving four figures a month. I'm not going to say exactly how much money I earn, because I don't want to put anything like that out there. But normally I come home at the end of the month with 4 figures. So that means I earn at least £1,000 a month. I earn way more than £1,000 a month. It's double that. I bring home £2,000 a month. I said I wouldn't say it, and I just ended up saying I bring home roughly £2,000 a month. That is gonna go down to about 600 to 700 this month, which is a bit shit. But that is what statutory paternity pay is in the UK, which is a heck of a lot better than some countries. I am not knocking it. I am not saying that it's absolutely shit and it's terrible. The fact that we get help with it for such a long period of time is fantastic. I cannot take that away. I cannot take that away. But considering the cost of living crisis that we're in at the moment and everything else, it's a squeeze. Everything is a squeeze at the moment, and that's the worrying thing. It's done it again. As soon as I push L1, I lose control of the game. I'm not quite sure why. I haven't got anything else open. Let me have a quick look at. It must have something to do with Steam input. I must have changed. Oh, I still have my one controller support mode layout on, which doesn't work. How can I go back to just the... I could just disable Steam input. That might work. Let's see what happens if I just disable Steam input. I try to use Steam input. Yeah, US gets nothing. So, as I say, I'm not fully knocking it, but it could be better. Yeah, I tried to use Steam input to do the 2 controllers into one, but unfortunately, you can't do that with Steam input. For some context, Popka support mode that I prefer to run. Oh, no game audio. Come back, game audio. There we go. That I prefer to run. You use use a second controller to control Popka. All Popka does is give Klonoa a boost up into the air, and the idea being, when you played it on the PS2, you had 2 controls points, and you got a little brother or sister to push the button while you play. They help out. But it's a really useful speedrunning tool. When we got the PC version, I went out of my way to make sure that could all be done from one controller, because I used to run it. I used to run it on PS2 with 2 controllers. I would hold one controller and have one controller on my desk, and I would awkwardly hit it with other finger. It was horrible. I used to hate it. So with the PC version, I have a setup using a program called Rewazda, which allows me to completely redefine my controls, and I was able to set it so that this did both. One controller would manage both sets. It's really complicated because you also can't use. There we go, it's working correctly now. You also can't use the keyboard. Basically, the game considers your keyboard and controller 1 the same controller. You can freely swap. You can see that if you're watching the vertical stream, you can't see. But you can see that the icons there are changing between Q and E and L1 and R1. That's because if I use my controller, the game detects I'm using a controller. If I use, if I use my arrow keys, it then says that I'm doing this. I just remembered, for this speedrun to be legitimate, I think I have to have a FPS counter on. I don't know if that rule got removed. Let me just double check that, because if that is the rule, this could be a PB, so I would want to include it. Show rules. Runs must have the in-game timer. RTA metric is also used. Because varying frame rate has been proven to be, PC runners required to have the game's frame rate consistently be between 45 and 60 during gameplay. Low, which is obviously the most preferable number. In order to prove this, they're required to make visible, decently big if possible, an FPS counter during the entire run. Cool. I think the last time I did this, I think I started using AMD's own AMD. I have an AMD graphics card, and AMD has its own FPS overlay. I now have it on, but it's not on stream. I'll bring it up in a second. I'll make it come up in a second. Which means I am going to need to turn on. I am going to need to turn on capture third-party overlays. That isn't showing up on stream. That's awkward. I thought it did. ESA Run Well challenge. Impossible. I haven't read the whole thing, but I have read up on that. We will have a chat about that once the run gets started. Suffice to say, it's fucking terrible. But I'd say we might talk about that a bit later. How am I going to get this to show? I don't really want to show my desktop, but I might have to. That might be the only way to get it to show up. I'm trying to remember how I've done this before. The other option is to use Steam Zone 1, but Steam Zone 1 is really small. It's really bad. That's what I'm gonna do for now, because it is gonna be the quickest way of doing it. Settings, display. No, it's not display. General? No. System? No. In-game. In-game counter. Bottom left. There we go. There you go. There it is in the bottom left. Can you see it? Can you see it in the bottom left? It's so bad. Steam's there's no scaling options at all. It's pretty bad. If I go back to it, yeah. You can have it show a high contrast color. That's it. It's the only change you can make. It's So I don't even know if that's visible. Like, can anyone actually tell me what that number is from watching it on the stream? I can see it. I just don't know if it's big enough to warrant, yes, this would be acceptable for this would be acceptable for the leaderboards. Player is suggesting 446, which is around the correct number. So I'm going to say that means it is visible enough. We'll just go with that, because I'm not spending ages fucking around trying to do this when we could be running. If I now turn off the Steam overlay, if I turn off Steam overlay, you now can't see it. So I do need to keep that switched on. It's visible on full screen 1080p. I suppose I could cut down the the resolution from 1440p. It's still the same size. I think. Doesn't look like that's improved. Oh, actually, that's 720, and yeah, you can see that a lot better. It's just the game's gonna look crap. So yeah, I'd rather the game look good than worry about. Oh god, everything's going to pot now. There we go. I also don't like using full. I don't like having a different resolution on full screen. Yeah, we'll go with that and see what happens. All right, let's get started, shall we? Oh, which costume? So yeah, normal, Klonoa 1, Moo impersonator, Tap mask, Pac-Man hat, Don-chan mask, or Prince hats. Or the first person to shout out which one they like the best will get it. Plywood says Klonoa 1. Cool. And actually, I have had a thought about that FPS meter. There is something I can do. What we can do is add in an additional scene. This is gonna. I'm doing this live, so this is gonna look a bit weird. Stream. Where's? Oh no, not stream. Edit. Edit. 16:9 speed. Okay, this. Oh, I am doing it. I'm doing it live, but apparently it doesn't show up, which is good. Basically, all I'm doing is I'm re-grabbing the scene and getting the FPS counter in its own little window, and I will just make that bigger. Because that is another way of doing it. There we go. That works. Does it? Yeah, that doesn't look too clunky. So yeah, it's still the webcam is still the same size. Sorry, the webcam? What the hell am I talking about? The it is still the same size on the screen. I've just added it as an extra little bit. I think that works. Yeah, maybe that is how I fixed this in the past. But yeah, that should do, and I don't think it looks that bad. So let's go with that. So we're going to use the Klonoa 1 outfit. Display playtime obviously needs to be on. Everything else can be. Yep, that's all fine. Display sense is fine. Cool. Let's get going then. I'll save over my this one. It doesn't really matter, and we will kick this thing off. We're going to be playing normal. The reason for playing normal is because normal matches the original PS2 difficulty. There were no difficulty settings on the PS2. There was just the game, and normal matches that. Easy is much easier. Harder is harder. And time will begin as soon as I take control of Klonoa after this cutscene. Oh, that's the other reason I used Steam input. Gave me the opportunity to do that, so I might have to look at that. Alright, and we are off. So there's no bonus objectives or anything like that. It is just get to the end of the game as quickly as possible without using Popka. We don't have to collect all of the Vomit Dolls. That would be something you have to do in All Visions. We just have to get to the end. Oh yeah, that FPS counter does look a bit shite, doesn't it? Oh well. Oh, it'll do for now. It's also over the top of the rest of the stream because I didn't. Yeah, I should have come into like somewhere else to do this. Oh well, it's fine. It'll do. You don't come here for my professionalism. You come here for. Why do you come here? It's a good question. It's not a good question. Why am I doubting myself? Is it really that low? There we go. I've turned it up. That might be a bit too high now. There we go. That should be better. That should be better now. You're welcome. Do I want to reset so I can try and figure out Steam input? So we grab this moo, grab that moo, jump to there, float across. I think that's the only really sort of thing that we have to do in this level. That little bit there. Everything else is just run to the end. This is why I prefer Popka. I much prefer Popka runs. I find non-Popka runs just a little. There's not as many tricks and glitches and stuff going on. Yeah, I'm not used to holding start. I just I have my controller when I use the Steam input, or when I used Rewasda, I have it so that both start and R1 are on just on R1. Because the game is the IGT is recorded without loads. It stops. The IGT stops when the game isn't running. So, cutscenes and stuff, it doesn't actually matter how long it takes you to get through the cutscenes. They don't count towards the final time anyway. It's just more of a, certainly in a marathon setting, it's better to be able to skip through things nice and quickly. So I probably will try and fix that for the next run, because I'll be doing a couple of runs of this. Obviously, we don't just do one. That would be silly. It's going to make our way through Lalakusha. It's a very pretty level. There's a lot of very pretty levels. This game is a very pretty game, which is one of the reasons I love it. Actually, to be honest, the main reason I love this game is the music. I absolutely adore the soundtrack to this game. So it was right for you to tell me to turn it up, because you deserve to be able to hear this wonderful music. So I adore it. It's so lovely. Just hold off a sec so we don't get hit by one of the sharks. Wait for that one. Bring. Right through here. Now as we get to this bit, there's usually a skip that I do here if I was doing a Popka run. Can't do that can't do that in this. Grab this moo. I should say, I actually don't remember that much about this category without Popka. So I will be. What I'm going to do is I'm just running through the game as much as I can remember it, and at the end of it, if I have, you know, according to Live Split, if I have a particular level that was like I lost a massive amount of time on, and I wasn't expecting to lose that much time on it, then I'm going to go back and double check what you know, go have a look at a previous run, and see where I went wrong. Hey, Twilight Realm, welcome, dude. I don't need to. Oh, I could have done something with that move. With the burb. It's not that important. Smash that. Make our way over here. Oh, get hit apparently. We use the 3D environment to our advantage. The game is in what is popularly referred to as 2.5D. You're playing on a 2D plane, so it's a side. You know, for the most part, it's a side scroller, but you are able to interact with elements in the 3D space. And this is going to play a big part in how the game plays in our boss fight. And we have our very first boss fight coming up right now. Hey, Roger. So this is the first boss, Fulgrin the Armor Beast. He has a massive glowing weak spot. That's 2 hits. That's 3 hits. He's gone way off. That was really the bosses have so much RNG. The rest of the game, the normal levels, there's no RNG in the levels at all. The bosses do have quite a bit of RNG with exactly where they're placed, where enemies are placed and stuff like that. So that opening was really lucky. Hopefully I can hit him again there. That was nice. He only needs one more hit. He goes into phase 3. Pade. Grab this flying moo, and we are donezo. That was a really nice boss. That is a massive gold split, actually. Happy Dubludder, everybody. Look at that. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful time. Let's go back to Bagaji. Bagaji's Island here is a level we're going to come to constantly, but it's not a level where there's no gameplay there. It is always a cutscene. There's a lot of cutscene levels. This next one is a cutscene level. We will return here and actually do a boss fight in this area, but for now it is a cutscene. Luckily, cutscenes load nice and quickly, but even then, we're not punished for timing because you can see that the in-game timer is not running. We are at 5:16, and now it's going to kick off again. Ba, 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 da, ba. So, what's my take on ESA? I mean, are there any takes? Are there any takes other than the take I'm about to make? Like, if there are any other like I mean, there's different nuances and stuff, but there's really only one takeaway, which is ESA, you done fucked up. Do better. Like, if there's any contradicting point there. For those who don't know, this is a story I believe has only just dropped. Like within the last hour or so. Unfortunately, I only briefly skimmed it just before I was about to start, so I don't know names. I don't actually know the full thing. I just know the generalities of it because I briefly skimmed the paste bin. A former runner and volunteer who's worked for ESA she did something. Prizes. She was one of the prize organizers for ESA. For those outside of speedrun, so those outside of speedrunning spaces. So I'm mainly targeting I-Type Slow here. ESA is the European Speedrunning Assembly. It's essentially Europe's version of GDQ. It's nowhere near as big or as profitable or as popular as GDQ, but it's. I think. Would it be fair to say that ESA is the second biggest speedrunning event after... Would it be that, or would it be something like Midwest Speedfest? I don't know. I think there is an argument that says it's probably the second biggest speedrunning event marathon organisation in the world after GDQ. Basically today, as I say, this has only been, as far as I'm aware, this has only happened in the last sort of hour or so. The former a former prize organizer for ESA has given a lengthy report's probably the wrong word, blog posts, explanation, outlining safety issues that she has had, 4 different safety issues that she has had to deal with whilst attending ESA events. These include things like being stalked, being harassed, being shown unsolicited sexual imagery, other stuff that, you know, is pretty vile and disgusting. It's happened to her on 4 different occasions, and on each of those occasions, ESA has completely failed to do anything about it. And on all 4 occasions, well, I should say, this is everything that she claims. Let's play safe here and say this is only the claim of this person. I don't know if there is definitive proof of it. But from what I understand and from what other people have said, this seems very typical of what a lot of people would expect from ESA, and no, there doesn't seem to be any reason to doubt that the claims that she's made are legitimate. From what I've seen, I also know people who know her, have met her, and they seem to corroborate. Yes, she's, these claims are legitimate. This is very much what happened, or certainly very likely to have happened. But one of the main things that came out of it is on multiple occasions when she reported these problems to ESA, ESA's response was to say that they were investigating, that they would handle it, but they also told her to keep quiet about it and not say anything. And in each of those cases, she did so. She has not said anything about those incidents until now, and she has now decided it's time to speak up and say something, because ESA has completely failed to do anything about these situations. Yes, essentially that is it. ESA's response at each time was, We'll deal with it, but don't say anything about it because we don't want ESA to look bad as a result, which is ridiculous, because in the majority, again, I haven't read through exactly everything that happened and everything that she experienced. I did manage to read the first experience where she was, I believe she was stalked to her hotel room by some people who weren't supposed to be at the event. They weren't part of ESA. They were, she reported it to ESA. ESA told her she should report it to the hotel, because presumably they claim that because they're not part of ESA, they shouldn't, it's not their responsibility or whatever. So she reported it to the hotel, and apparently the hotel said that they'd had other reports of the same thing. I've not been to ESA live. I've ran in an ESA online event. I believe it was the last online event they did before sort of the close of the pandemic. So they switched to online only during the pandemic. I ran for, I think, summer 2021. I did Metal Gear Solid 1 PC Extreme for them. So I have no experience of a live event. I've never been to an ESA live event. I've always wanted to go. My main problem with ESA Live is that it's held in Sweden, in a town not too far away from Stockholm, which isn't too difficult to get to because you just get a flight to Stockholm and then get a coach or a train from Stockholm to that town. So I can't remember what the town's called. But the long and short of it is that ESA have not done anything to deal with these issues. They have kept them quiet, kept them under wraps, which, as I say, is ridiculous. They shouldn't have done that, because all they'd have to do... Oh, I know. There's a different way of getting through this room. I've messed this room up. I forgot the trick to this room. But I'm going to lose some time here. But I'll remember it for the next one. Which is ridiculous, because from what I read, as I say, I only fully read the first complaint. I didn't read anything else. But from what I read of that complaint, it was not ESA's fault that this was happening. And if ESA had just dealt with it, and if it had come out and if it had been made public, it wouldn't be a problem, because ESA would have been able to turn around and say, we are aware of this problem, we have dealt with it. But they didn't. They tried to hush it up. So yeah, from the sounds of it, ESA is not very well looked after. Part of the complaint is also that there is no dedicated or independent safety team, which for a big live event, a safety team is kind of important. Not just for deterring these kind of events from happening, but for anything safety related. They say that safety at the moment is delegated to the main organisers and owners of ESA, and none of them are dedicated to it. Every single one of them who deals with safety on behalf of ESA has some other role, so whatever their other role is always takes precedent. So one of the suggestions is that, as well as things like ESA to stop hiding it and actually do something about it, is to have an independent safety team. And the thing that really annoys me about this is that this has happened in a few different spaces, both live and not live. And every time it happens, nobody else seems to learn lessons from it. There was an online speedrunning marathon that had a similar issue. I can't remember which. And FTLG had similar problems. I was on staff for FTLG when it all surfaced that they had that one prominent member of staff was a massive transphobe, and had been making transphobic statements and comments on Twitter, and it was brought to the attention of the marathon, the other marathon staff, other marathon owners. I say staff. I wasn't made aware of it. I say I was on staff. I was a very small part of the volunteer team. It wasn't something I would have been privy to anyway, even if they'd allowed, actually said something about it. But the other owners of the marathon were made aware of it. Were made aware of it, and they sat on it for 6 months. And they didn't do anything about it for 6 months. Until eventually someone came out and said something about it, and said, this has been happening, this is wrong, and you guys have known about it. And at that point, me and a lot of other lower staff members jumped ship. I was actually talked about Osborne on a recent stream. It was actually Osborne who came to me, because he was on. Oh shit. No! Damn it. This is a really bad fight. It was actually Osborne who came to me because FTLG released a statement about it. And Osborne wanted to make sure that everyone who was on staff was made aware of it. So he dropped me a DM and said, look, this has happened. Here's the statement. We want to make sure everyone's had the chance to see what's going on. And by the time I got back to Osborne to ask him more information, he'd already jumped ship. It was like, yeah, because I think they'd made the statement, and then after that, that was when it then came out that they'd sat on it for 6 months, and that was the point for a lot of people, where it's like, okay, no, that's not acceptable. We're fucking off. And I did exactly the same. I was like, no, this isn't for me. If you're going to do that's despicable behavior. And the problem with that is that marathon, the rest of the team, they absolutely like went so overboard with course correction. Like they then made sure that they had an entire team dedicated to diversity and stuff like that. It's like they're only a small marathon. It's not, they're not doing big live events or anything. But because of this issue, because this has happened, and to sort of show we need to do something, we need to course correct, they then had to put so many resources into it. When, to be honest, it's really not that difficult. Don't be a dick to people. It's really like, don't be a dick to people. And if someone's got a problem, do something about it. It shouldn't, so for a big live event or for a very big organization, yes, absolutely, you should have someone, at least a person, dedicated to that position. But it's like Pixel Perfect, for example, the speedrun marathon team that I founded and I manage, that we only have 3 permanent staff members. Everything else is volunteer led. By event to event, we recruit volunteers for each event. We have in the past recruited volunteers to sort of work with us between events, but it hasn't really worked out. Partly because they haven't really taken the initiative to get involved. Partly because we haven't given them the push to really do stuff and give them direction. I can't really. I'm not really willing to give myself blame for that, because mostly because the kind of stuff we'd want, we did have. Well, actually, we did work with an artist who just never got back to us on anything, so that wasn't anyone's fault. But some of the other people were more tech based, and I am like completely removed from Pixel Perfect tech as much as I can be, because I'm not very good at it. I don't know the tech side of it. And I deal with more than first death, the second death. I deal with more than enough shit with organisation, so I don't tend to deal with the tech side of stuff that much. So I kind of distance myself a bit from taking responsibility for that side of it not working. I am also I also sort of put myself out there as the volunteer organizer. Yeah, I didn't really organise those volunteers, but I kind of put them in the right places and needed the other two to tell them what to do and to, get them to do stuff. And it didn't really work out because none of us really had the time to properly invest in it. I'm hoping we can course correct that and hopefully actually get some. We need more dedicated people to Pixel Perfect if we're going to get any bigger. We can't continue with just the 3 of us. If we want to expand and do more, and I want to expand and do more, I want to do loads more. I want us to be massive. I want us to do loads of stuff, and we'll get there eventually. But we absolutely, at the very least, we need a 4th permanent staff member, and then under that, we need. We may not necessarily need a. I had a brief conversation with Jasper about name of roles and stuff like that, and we had volunteers. And to me, we need people who want to have the role staff, because being staff comes with a responsibility. You feel like you are responsible. You feel like you're on a level playing field. For me, Jasper, and Lighty will always be the admins. We will always be the admins and the founders, but we now need other people to join us on staff so that we can actually, start doing more and making it more of a thing, and just relying on people being, oh crap, oh, and I didn't grab the checkpoint. That's a massive, that's a big oops. Having people just join us be volunteers and, you know, help out whenever they want to, that's all right if we've got people pushing them. Staff can be seen as an elitist term in some circles, one particular circle, but that circle is fucking stupid. And you know, every speedrun event every speedrun event I've gone to, there is a dedicated set of people doing work and volunteering behind the scenes, and 9 times out of 10 they are called staff. It's not an elitist term. It's a very, very normal term. It's what you are. Your staff. Your help. I guess the only thing with staff suggests that it's a paid position, and you know, it's not. And holy shit, let's not get into the freaking deep dive of speedrun marathons being paying people. Holy shit, that's been a shitstorm on Twitter this week as well. Fucking hell. I did put out my own tweet about that. I don't know if anyone saw it. I think I only had a couple of people really notice it. But I talked about the fact that when I did SGDQ last year, one member of MGSR, I can't even remember the name of the person. It was one of the usual shit. Well, actually, it wasn't one of the usual shitheads, but it was someone who was alongside and friendly with the usual shitheads. Oh my god. I'm doing I need to concentrate a bit more. Slightly less chilling out. A bit more concentration. I am gonna just play this safe and grab those extra lives. Where was I going? Yeah, one of the shithead adjacent people from MGSR. We were having an argument about something. It was about bringing one of the banned people back as a moderator on speedrun.com, which had just happened without the community being involved at all, and I was very much against it because I was one of the people targeted by the people who got banned. So just one of them being just allowed to come back without the community having any oversight was ridiculous to me, and he was arguing against it, and the sort of lines of the people who actually speedrun the game are back in control of the boards. It's like, fuck off, you fucking idiot. You say that because they're the people you like to hang out with, and you know they're all shitheads, and you know what they did, but you don't give a shit. Anyway, this person claimed that I wasn't to be trusted anyway, and that my opinions were invalid because I wasn't a trustworthy person, or some other term like that, and their justification for it, which I had to push quite hard for them to actually say why. They tried to move the conversation to the GTA Discord server because they claimed that I was friends with the mods in MGSR, which is true. I'm friends with 2 out of the 3 mods in MGSR. I'm not gonna deny that. And because of that, if they said it in MGSR, they felt like they were going to get punished for saying it because it wouldn't be fair. Eventually, he did just say it and basically said, because all I do is go to speedrunning events for myself, but expect everyone else to pay for it by doing crowdfunding, and that crowdfunding to attend speedrun events is malicious and makes me untrustworthy. You know, crowdfunding to help to get to GDQ, that thing that every speedrunner does. You know, everyone who's ever been to GDQ will likely have at some point done some crowdfunding to help get there because it's fucking expensive. Yeah, it was utterly ridiculous. You know, I never even got around to reminding them that their Lord and Savior MGSR had done a crowdfunding stream for that guy's god and person he worships for his own speedrunning appearance. I'd fucking donated money to that as well. I still feel fucking shit about that. So yeah, I talked on Twitter. I talked about the fact that happened last year, and now this year there's loads of people arguing for the fact that speedrunning events should be paying runners and talent to go. Sorry, not necessarily paying speedrunners and talent to go. They, at the very least, they should be paying for their food and their hotels and their flights, and they should be compensating them. And that's true. You do. For anyone who goes to anyone who runs in GDQ, I don't think commentators. I could be wrong, but I don't think commentators get reimbursed. But yeah, any volunteers and runners are all reimbursed for their entry fee for GDQ. So last year for GDQ, I paid for Heidi. I paid for Heidi to attend. I did not pay for myself to attend. But everything else, I didn't get a free hotel room because that doesn't happen. I didn't get free food because that doesn't happen. Because GDQ might be the exception. GDQ is actually a for-profit organization. They do make money. Maybe there is an argument that they could do something, but I don't know their accounts. I don't know how they operate and how their money operates. But I can tell you now that 99% of speedrunning marathons could not do it. Come on. Little nudge. Almost there. There we go. That's a little glitch. Which I can still do, so that's good. They give out Red Bulls. They do give out some free stuff. They yeah, I remember going to the registration desk to get my lanyard and to check in as I was getting ready to do as my my hosting meet and greet tutorial had already started. I just couldn't go and get started until I'd registered, and there was someone in front of me, and they were taking a bit of time. But yeah, they offered me a Red Bull, and I very kindly turned it down, even though it would have been really good at the time. It was about 10 o'clock at night in the US, but I'd only just got there from the UK from flying, so whilst it was 10 o'clock at night, my body clock was telling me that it was 3 o'clock in the morning. But I turned it down because I figured if I have a Red Bull now, by the time I get back to my hotel later, I am not going to be able to sleep because I'll be then awake on energy drinks. But yeah, they do sort of help out a little bit. But as I said, I don't know GDQ's accounts. I don't know how much money they make, how much... And whether they'd be able to deal with it. But 99% of speedrunning events would not be able to operate like that. Most speedrunning events, if they are live... no, sorry, I won't say most. Some speedrunning events, if they are live, even if you are a runner, you still have to pay to attend. UKSG, unless UKSG has changed since I went last year. I went last September. I think it was last September. Actually, it might have been the year before. Might have been 22 that I went, not 23. I think it was 22, not 23 that I went. Even if you're a runner, you still have to pay to go, and that is because they have costs. They're running. It's run in a hotel. They have to pay the hotel to be there, and I think if you are going to charge like that, you need to make sure that you're making it worth people's time. and that there is some effort there. The other thing with GDQ that you have to remember is that when you go and if you do go and you do pay, you're not just paying to go and sit in a hall and watch some speedrunners. There is an arcade, there is a massive board game room, there are panels on, there are tournaments that you can join and stuff like that. There's so much more going on at GDQ than just sitting in a room and watching the speedruns. There's so much more going on, and so that is the same. That was a nice super bounce. And I think that's where if other speedrun events are going to charge people to attend and run, they're not going to reimburse runners. And I'm absolutely not saying that every single event should. I'm going to say if you aren't going to reimburse runners, then I think the very least you need to make sure, and you do get to hang out with people. I don't think you can really put too much on the speedrun event that you're at, that they have been the ones to facilitate you meeting up with people. I mean, they have to an extent. They put on an event for you to both go to, but I don't think you can really put that on a poster. Yeah, I think if you are going to charge, especially if you're going to charge runners who are attending, you need to make it worth their while. You actually need to do enough else to say, yeah, this is the reason we're charging you, because we're also doing all of this. I don't want to this isn't in... I missed. I threw that a little too late. This isn't intended to throw shades at all. I don't think UK... When I attended, at the very least, I don't think UKSG did enough. I think they had one switch on that was playing Smash Brothers, and they had a few board game tables, but that was about it. There wasn't a huge amount else going on. So I think if an event is small and they are going to charge runners, I do think they need to have something else there to make it worth it. If you're just charging runners to go do their run and then watch other people, that's not really, particularly if it's difficult to get to, then it's not worth it. And that's, to be honest, it's the main reason I haven't returned. There's a few reasons I haven't returned to UKSG. Part of it is money, part of it is time, part of it is there are people who are friendly with the staff, or are known at UKSG that I don't get on with. Again, since MGSR fallout, there are a few people who attend that are on the other side of that argument, and I don't want to get involved with those people. That's a big part of the reason why I haven't returned to UKSG. But part of it is, the main reason for not returning is it's in Glasgow. In order for me to get to Glasgow, I either have to spend an awful amount of money on a train, or slightly less amount of money on a plane. I actually flew to Glasgow when I went to UKSG because it was cheaper than getting a train. And for the amount of money that I am spending to attend, I'm not, because I have to get travel, I have to get food, I have to get a hotel. Yeah, it's ridiculous that the train's more expensive. I mean, UK train systems are just absolutely fucked. It's a joke. I commute to work by train. I know exactly how bad it is now. I hate it. I tell a lot. I don't hate the train journey. The train journey itself isn't that bad. On the way home, sometimes I don't get a seat straight away, and it can be a bit overcrowded. The train company that I have to go with isn't great and is known for not being great. But hopefully, when Labour win the election and bring in Great British Rail and nationalise all the railways again, hopefully that might do something. We have been told not to expect prices to come down, but hopefully it might make improvements to the system as a whole. Yeah, the combination of all those different prices plus having to pay. UKSG wasn't expensive. I should say that, because GDQ's like $70 a ticket, I think, and UKSG was about 20. I want to say somewhere between 20 and 30 quid. I think I can't remember exactly how much. which is about $50, I would say. Probably closer to $40, actually. So, you know, UK shit, it wasn't expensive, but when you add on that ticket price on top of a plane to Glasgow, a hotel room for at least 2 nights, and I travel around. My hotel was nowhere near. In order to get a hotel that was cheap, I got one in the middle of town, and I had to travel in by bus. SGDQ's $90. So for my English homies, or for my British homies, I should say, that is $90 is about 50 quid. Somewhere between 50 and 60 quid. So yeah, it's not cheap. But at the same time, you have to remember that all of these events are all being done for charity. There are loads of volunteers. GDQ's kind of the exception here. You know, a lot of the people who do work for GDQ do get paid and do get reimbursed because it is actually their jobs. I do understand that the pay isn't overly fantastic, and I don't think anyone actually makes a living outside of like the main organisers, I imagine, maybe, I don't know, but no one particularly makes a living out of working for GDQ. But a lot of full-time people are paid positions. Hotfix. The best example I can think of is hotfix organisers are paid. They're not paid a lot, from what I understand, but they are paid. I did see someone, a hotfix, someone who runs hotfix, they gave their take on it, and they were saying that they really wished that they could reimburse runners, because runners are giving up their time for hotfix, and they really wish that they could reimburse them. But you know, they are running a business, and for hotfix, for any of all this stuff, it is getting your face out there. The reward for it is being on a global stage in front of millions of people watching, particularly for the main events. Hotfix not quite as much, but you know, there is more to it than just money. I haven't really discussed this yet. And I'm not going to put too much into it at this time, because I haven't really talked to anyone about it. I have started very, very early concepts and started putting some wheels in motion about doing something in the UK. As a extremely early days, I am at talking points with a couple of people. There's nothing in the pipeline. I have lots of ideas, but I have reached out to a few people, and I've got some people on board. I haven't done anything with it for ages because Pixel Perfect's come up. June is horrendously busy for me for marathons, and it's about to get a whole lot busier. Yeah, remember how recently I've been talking about the fact that I've committed 4 different video games. Never mind the different categories within those video games. 4 different video games to marathons and events this month. I'm going to announce today that it's now 5. I'll talk about that in a little bit. For the lone plywood in the audience, yes, it is what I told you, because plywood already knows. Oh, I should have super bounced there. Never mind. So yeah, I got massive. I said I didn't really want to talk about the shitstorm that was the whole paying for marathons. Let me end that section with one little thing. When it comes to Pixel Perfect, when Pixel Perfect eventually, because I fully intend for Pixel Perfect to eventually do on live events, we will not be reimbursing runners. If we feel we can do it, we will reimburse them for their for any attendance fee, but I doubt it. because we're going to need that attendance fee to actually run the event. And it's at that point where I would hope that we have put on enough and done enough outside of just the stream to make that attendance fee worth it. Oh, that was stupid. I shouldn't have done that. The demand to be on GDQ is too high. Ask for a gift basket. GDQ is such a massive event, and there's so many people involved. You've got something. Is it something? I'm sure I heard someone say that it's like 150. It's something like 150 runners, or something like that. Like, can you imagine trying to reimburse 150 people's flights, hotels, food? It's not feasible. Yeah. Something like a gift bag, you know. Maybe another thing that could be good with something like GDQ is if they could get some in-house catering. You know, they do so much with the hotels, and they do so much with different. You know, they work with the Yeti on merch and stuff like that. One thing that they could look at doing is doing some sort of on-site catering. You know, going to an event space rather than necessarily, yeah, exactly. I mean, it wouldn't even have to be exclusive for runners. If they did it at a reasonable price, because that's the other main thing that is difficult it's difficult for me and Heidi at GDQ. It was in Minnesota. It's at Minnesota again in the same place this year. And the problem with Minnesota is that specifically center of Minneapolis, town that we were in, is it's not a tourist town. Apart from the Mall of America, and there was a zoo that we went to, but it wasn't a very big zoo. It was, it's not a tourist place. It's not a tourist city, and so as a result of that, there's not that much around in terms of. It had a. I'm assuming the hotel's nowhere near downtown then, because we certainly didn't see much. So it doesn't have a huge plethora of, places to eat and things to do and stuff like that. And to be honest, even if it did, all of those things would be expensive. So if GDQ could, get sponsored by and work with either work with a catering company, or instead of running it at just a dedicated hotel, run it at an event space that can also provide catering, because then you can provide guests with an affordable option. If it's, I could go and spend $20 at McDonald's around the corner, but there is there's catering on, and I can get a half decent meal at the on-site restaurant for $5. Then yeah, that'd be great. And that could be they could work with someone as a sponsor for that. Any cater, decent catering company would, it's for charity. You get in your face that, their name and logo would be plastered all over the stream. They get people to pay for for sponsorships. I know, I've seen the numbers. Oh, that was poor. I have seen the GDQ sponsor package details. I'm not going to say how I've seen them. I'm not going to break. I don't think I'm under I wasn't under NDA or anything, but it was certainly, when I looked at it, it was certainly you're not to screenshot this and share it with anyone. But I have seen the sponsor packages that GDQ charge, and they're not cheap. It is not cheap to be a GDQ sponsor. So, go to the right catering company and work out a sponsorship agreement with them, and you've got the opportunity for for cheap food, and that alone is a great start. That'd be massive for some people, not having to worry about where food, how they're going to afford food. Especially in the summer, yes. So yeah, I certainly think the conversation that's happened has made people think a lot more. Oh, I'm doing a bad job of this. Again, I'm not used to that. I'm used to having Popka to just skip some of this. Yeah, I think this conversation has made people think, and has hopefully made GDQ think, maybe there's some stuff that we could do. Because I don't think... I think there are things that they could... I absolutely do not think, and I do not ever expect, that GDQ will reimburse runners for all of their expenses. It's never happening. And anyone who thinks that they can do that is probably deluding themselves and have no idea how these events run and finance. But I do think it brings it to GDQ's attention that there is more they could do. And I think being more savvy about the event space and the location is the first step towards that. Yeah. Just there you go, my 2 cents, my very long 2 cents on it, which I said I wasn't going to get into. Yeah. That's the other thing that a lot of people have pointed out as well, is trying to sort out people's expenses is insane because everyone is so complicated. Would it be particularly fair that I have my flights? Would it be fair that I have my flights reimbursed? Mine and Heidi's flights to the US last year combined were a little over £1,000. Is it fair that I get £1,000 back, whereas someone who just had to, do a 2-hour drive across the country, only gets, $100 worth of fuel in response? It's crazy. And then you have to expect runners to provide receipts, and there's so, and I deal with expenses as part of my job. It would be so expensive. It would be so expensive just in the administration of it. Never mind the actual expense. Yeah, it's never gonna happen. Yeah, they do. Yeah, and actually, would I prefer a free T-shirt, or would I prefer to have to not have to spend so much money on meals? I'd much rather not spend so much money on meals than getting two. I got 2 T-shirts when I went because I was a runner and a volunteer. I hosted as well. Yeah. Instead of spending all of that money on shirts, could you spend it on maybe some food? Yeah. I would hope that some of this discourse has made some people at GDQ have a think. Snacks at the very least. Snacks and drinks. I'm not saying an open bar. An open bar would be great, but I'm not saying an open bar. That's also something that's never going to happen. So get that out of your mind if you're thinking that. So, for me, I honestly think the best thing they could do is work out some sort of catering. Even if it's not full meals, but snacks. Oh no, yeah, open bar is a terrible idea. Some sort of opportunity for snacks and drinks to be provided, either very cheaply or for free. Actually, I can't remember. Was there free bottled water available? That should be, at the very least, every single runner should have access to free bottled water. There we go. That's how I would fix GDQ. Thank you for coming to my tech talk. Anyway, let's go back. Unless anyone has... Actually, I won't go back just yet. I will wait to see if there are any closing comments from our chatters. Yeah, some of those people should not be anywhere near a bottle of alcohol. I didn't drink that much whilst I was at GDQ. I don't drink that much anyway. But also, not that people knew this until I'd done my run. But Heidi was pregnant throughout the whole of GDQ. Nobody knew that until at the end of my Twin Snakes run, where I announced it. Yeah, as a result, Heidi didn't drink at all whilst we were there. And whilst I didn't go completely sober whilst Heidi was pregnant, I did massively cut down on my drink. I mean, I didn't drink that much to begin with anyway. So I say massively cut down. I barely cut down because I don't drink that much anyway. I really only drink it, if I go to a bar, if I go out for a meal, I'll have a drink. But outside of that, I'm not one to get home from work and crack open a can. It's just not me. I just don't do it. Yeah. So I wasn't drinking that much whilst we were there anyway, and it was a good thing because it would have been expensive. Though I don't know about the US really, but over in the UK, it's often cheaper to have a beer than it is to have a Coke, which is just ridiculous. But that's the cost of food and drink. Anyway, let's have a look at some of these comments. Don't think it's bad in comparison to local cons where you have to work 24 hours over 3 days to get any perks. There's definitely room for improvement. I don't think your comment there about online submissions, I don't think really stands up very well because isn't it something like six online runs this year or something like that? It's like the online runs are not the online runs for GDQ are there's not that many. So the chances of me ever, I mean, I'm on the backup list, but the chances of me ever getting on the online run, the way to be honest, the only way at the moment I can ever see me. No, actually, I'm going to scratch that because even the plan I just thought of in my head didn't work. I was about to say the only way I can see me doing an online run is if I do something brand new like Metal Gear Solid 3 Snake Eater Delta, but except I wouldn't get that on in an online run because someone else would submit it to do it live, and they will always take the live runner. I happen to know for a fact that definitely happens. They will definitely favour live runners over online runners because it happened to me. I didn't know this because I never actually checked, but I was not the only person to submit Twin Snakes last year. I can't remember who it was, but it was one of the better Twin Snakes runners than me. Also submitted, but they only submitted to be... Ooh, I messed that up. They only submitted to be an online runner, and because I was going to be there live, they took me over them. Despite them being either world record holder or slightly below. Yeah, they took me because I said I'd be there live. So... For me, the whole thing with the online stuff, they could. I think the best thing GDQ could do now is add a third event. I think they should do AGDQ, SGDQ, and then they have a third dedicated online event. That would be how I do it. Don't even bother with the online runs. Don't bother with online runs for AGDQ and SGDQ because I know a lot. From being there in person and watching it, I can attest to the fact that I messed this up. I don't know why there's a way of doing this and I just haven't bothered to do it. I know from being there that it was not as interesting or exciting watching online runners on a live stage than it was watching the runs done there and in person. So for me, I think the way of fixing the online aspect of it is to not do oh crap, oh shit, how do I do this? This is a puzzle that I may have completely forgotten how to do. Shit. I've completely forgotten how to do this puzzle without Popka. Yeah, I can't. I think I've remembered how to do it. But I have to be quite fast. There we go. That should have done it now. I think I'm gonna have to check. I'm gonna have to go back and I'm gonna have to go back and look at my old run. Oh God, what? How did that not break it? Are you kidding me? That absolutely should have broken it. Some people... Hotfix... The Hotfix is a very different beast. You know, Hotfix it... Okay. I haven't... Oh... I'm such an idiot. How do you do this puzzle? Oh, I know. I'm pretty sure there is a better way of doing this puzzle. Without Popka. So I'm going to have to... I will go back and check. Yeah, the reason why it wasn't popping is because I hadn't actually... done what I needed to do to pop it. I'm going to need to watch my run back of this level to see where I've gone wrong with this, because there was a lot of mistakes there. Yeah. What was all the hot news? I haven't got onto the hot news yet, but we will. We might have a good segue here actually. Although I haven't gone back to carry on talking about the whole ESA thing. Yeah, some people would argue about Hotfix being it. The thing is, Hotfix is just a daily, it's just a daily show. It doesn't run, it's not for charity. It's not done with the same sort of. It's not like there's no. I don't think there's any real other way of saying it than saying no. GDQ Hotfix is not the online version of GDQ. It's a side project. It's something a little different. It doesn't raise money for charity. It doesn't have the same. So yeah, that would be my takeaway. From that, cut out the online runs from AGDQ and SGDQ, and hold a third event every year dedicated to online runs. I think the difficulty with that is it probably wouldn't bring in as much money. That probably isn't a financially sound idea. I don't know. Again, I don't know GDQ's books. I don't know how they make their money. I don't know how they deal with their money. I would not want to. Is another good point. I would not want to. have to look into that or work out how all that is done. Is not something I would be interested in delving into, because it's just not that doesn't sound fun or exciting. Right, I've grabbed this Liquari, but I actually don't need it yet. We need this boomy. We have to do this is a section which is made massively easier. Oh, I've got the wrong... Oh, I might not have enough time now. No, it's going to explode. Yeah, I went the wrong way. Now we use the boomy to grab this. And now we can go and make it blue from the quarry. From the bill. There we go. So it takes a little bit longer than doing it with Popka. Yep, something like that. Anyway, so yeah, that's that. That's where I'm kind of at with that. But we should actually go back. Originally, we started talking about the whole ESA story that's come out in the last couple of hours, and we kind of segued on to that just because I said, "Don't even get me started on this," and then we started on that. Yeah, the whole ESA situation with the safety issues. The long and short of it is, yeah, ESA absolutely should have done better. It doesn't take it doesn't take a dedicated safety person to tell you that they should have handled it better. For an organisation like ESA, as big as ESA, yes, they absolutely should have someone dedicated to that role and position. But it's not necessary for everyone. In Pixel Perfect, we couldn't have a person dedicated to it. Partly because we do already have 3 people dedicated to it. Called me, Lighty, and Jasper. Because for us in an online environment and with how small we are, safety issues like that are very simple. You just deal with it. If someone comes to you with a complaint, you deal with it. They say, this person is doing this to me. You deal with it. You go to that other person and you say, oi, you, knock it off. Stop doing this, or we're going to kick you out. And if they carry on doing it, then you kick them out. It's really not that difficult. That's unfair. That's putting it very, very simply. Sometimes it is difficult. Sometimes there is a lot going on with things, and that is Palante in one phase. Lovely. At least I can do something right in this speedrun. Yeah, it's not so much of a difficulty for us because we're not doing live events. But that was, thank you. Because we're not doing live events. Yeah, we need more volunteers at Pixel Perfect, but I'm not going to be looking for us to get a dedicated independent safety officer or diversity officer or something like that, because we're too small to require that, and at the moment with the size we are, it shouldn't be difficult to deal with. If you can't deal with the basic idea of looking after people and people being safe and secure in an environment in 2024, you shouldn't be running events. What happened with ESA should never have happened, because it should have been dealt. I say it should never. The way ESA dealt with it should never have happened. What happened to that person? The events that happened where their safety was put at risk. I say they shouldn't have happened. Unfortunately, in this day and age, they do happen, and they are always going to happen, because there are always people out there who will want to, demean people and harass people and exploit people. It's always going to happen. But the reaction from ESA just should not have happened. ESA should have dealt with it, and they should have done something about it, and they should not have been quiet about it. I don't understand why people continue to be quiet about these kind of things when they happen, because it always comes back to bite them in the arse. I've heard over the years a number of things about ESA and about the way they manage things. We actually had a chat about me, Jasper, and me and Jasper. Was that light there? Was it just me and Jasper? I think it was just me and Jasper. Had a chat about ESA the other day, because one thing I didn't know, but their most recent event, it is now a requirement for hosts to be on camera. Nice. That is the skip for that room. So rather than doing that puzzle, which takes a little bit of time, throw the quarry over, and now I can just port to there. Which is that trick is so much easier to do on the PC version in 16.9 than it was on the PS2 with 4.3. ESA apparently, as I say, I don't know exactly whether this is completely the truth, but from what I understand, ESA now it is now mandatory for hosts to be on camera, and the hosts in between runs or at the end of runs, the hosts essentially become shoutcasters. They're on camera, they're on camera, they're facing the camera. How do I? There we go. I knew you could get up there without having to mess around with that giant moon. So yeah, they have the desk that they're sat at. They have a camera pointing at them from the desk, and in between runs, or when they're introducing a run, or outroing a run, or during intermission, whenever it happens, they then have to become shoutcasters, and talk into the camera, interact with. I believe there's a better way of doing this, and I can't. I'm gonna have to check this. This is another one I'm gonna have to check. Oh, I can't go back under there. I think. Okay, yeah, I think I remember how to do this now. But I'm gonna check that one during the break. 'Cause actually, you might be able to do this. I'm gonna check this, but you might be able to do this jump with just the Erbil. Can you get away with doing this with just the Erbil? Yes, you don't need the helicopter to do that. Got there. I knew it'd get there eventually with that one. Yeah. It's been a while since I've done this run, and I'm more used to doing popka strats. Because I tend to run pop. Well, for 12 years I've ran with popka, and it's only in the last year that I've dropped popka and started doing normal standard mode. And I don't like it. I want my popka back. I want my buddy. It's not that bad. What trail of thought was I on? Oh yeah, about ESA requiring hosts to be shoutcasters now. And it looks a bit awkward, but certainly the fact that it's now mandatory for hosts to do that is bad. Like, it's only in the last few years. It's only in the last few years that we've gotten over the idea that all runners have to be on camera. In fact, I'm pretty sure that's still a requirement for GDQ. I mean, if you're for the live event, it's a bit different. In a live event, you kind of have to be on camera because you're there in person. If you don't want to be on camera at that point, then well, you shouldn't really be running at a live event because you're there in front of real people, which must be even worse for you. But each to their own. You know, everyone is free. You could wear a mask. I'm not sure. I don't know if there is anything about that. But I certainly remember there was still quite a lot of hubbub with GDQ when they were online events. You know, during the pandemic and everything went online, and it was still a requirement that you had to have a webcam. They didn't allow VTube models, and they didn't allow you to just not have a camera. And there was a lot of hoo-ha about that. And there still is. There are still some events that say you must have a camera. And I get it. It looks more professional. To me, at least, it looks more professional if you're on a webcam and you're showing your face, and it adds a bit more identity. It adds a bit more authenticity is the word I'm looking for. It does add and lend itself a bit more authenticity. I will agree that. I will say that I do prefer watching a speedrun where I can see the runner, because again, I like that authenticity. I like being able to see who's doing it, and when I'm listening to them talk, I also enjoy watching them talk and looking at their facial expressions and seeing their emotions. When they're elated and they're having fun, it's great to watch. I like that. But whether you like that or not, you should always give people the choice. It should never be a requirement. And the whole thing that I saw with ESA, I say, don't quote me on this. This is what I understood from what I watched and from what I was told. If this isn't actually what ESA are now demanding, then I apologise. Again, I don't know the full story. I didn't look into it, but from what I was told, and it came from a reliable source, hosts are now required to be on camera and do this sort of shoutcast style commentary in between runs for ESA, and it looks a bit awkward. And when I was looking at this with Jasper, we both agreed that it's a good idea, but you need people who are dedicated to that role. It shouldn't be a requirement for hosts to do it, because that's going to put a lot of hosts off. One of the advantages of being a host for events like GDQ and ESA and stuff like that is that it is a role, traditionally, where you're not on camera. It's a role where you can get involved, you can get your name and your voice out there, people can see your name on the stream and they know who you are and you can interact with people, but you don't have your face on camera. And for some people prefer that. Personally, I'll be on camera. The whole thing that ESA are doing with having hosts be shoutcasters, fuck yeah, sign me up. I'd do that in a heartbeat. I'd love that. I'd absolutely love it. I'd love to do a run, and then at the end of that run, turn to the camera and talk to the audience and do that. I'd be totally up for that. I love doing that kind of thing. But it's not for everyone, and it absolutely shouldn't be a requirement. And unfortunately, if it is true that is a requirement and hosts have to do that, from what I've understood from ESA lately and some of the stories and stuff, it just seems like part of the course that they're just making mistakes and they're putting people off, and it's just awkward. It's kind of incredible that one of the massive responses to the Ludwig event that happened over the weekend, the Fast 50 event, and my main takeaway from it was the lack of diversity that was shown in that initial roster of runners. It's kind of crazy that one of the big responses to that was about the lack of diversity and inclusion in that, and trying to suggest and say that this doesn't reflect the speedrunning community, because the speedrunning community is very good at being inclusive and for everyone. And then something like this comes out of ESA and it's like, oh no, we're not, we're actually incredibly bad at it. which isn't true. We're not incredibly bad at it. The majority of speedrunning spaces are fantastic. Most marathons that I attend, I mean, a lot of the marathons that I attend and deal with are all about that. They're all about inclusion. You know, not this weekend coming up, but next weekend, I'm running for Power Up with Pride. It is a speedrunning marathon specifically dedicated to helping LGBTQ+. I've done speedrun events in the past that have directly supported LGBTQ+ charities. There's a whole wealth of stuff out there. You know, and I've said it on many occasions, and we tweeted it for Pride Month for Pixel Perfect. Pixel Perfect will always remain an inclusive speedrunning space. You know, we are a community for everyone. I was talking to actually, I think it was Happy Dude. We were having a chat about this the other day about diversity and the difficulties with it. And you know, one of the difficulties that you can have with an event and running and runners is that you can only work with the runners who sign up. You know, if you end up with an event where all of your runners are, you know, cis white males, then, you know, if that's the only people who have submitted to you, then you kind of have to work with that and deal with that. The question you have to ask yourself is why are people of other diverse groups not signing up to your event? Sometimes it's just simply that you're quite a small event and you've not reached enough people yet. Sometimes, or it could be more malicious than that. It could be that there is something you're doing wrong. It's one of the reasons why for Pixel Perfect we promote the fact that we are, you know, opening and welcome to everyone. Do we have an incredibly diverse team? No, we do not. Because there's only 3 of us. The only 3 of us who set it up. And we haven't done much in a way yet of bringing more people on. And all 3 of us, to the best of my knowledge, I shouldn't say this as absolute fact because I don't know the absolute ins and outs of my fellow founders' personal lives. But to the best of my knowledge, I mean, we're all white, we're all European. I believe we're all heterosexual, and I'm pretty sure we're all cisgender. I could be wrong. We're two men and one woman. We're 2 men and 1 woman. I can pretty safely vouch for that. So we're not particularly inclusive with our staff, but that's because there's only 3 of us. We've only one woman. Lighty is the one woman. She represents the one women. Oh, I missed that hit. So yes, I am making a couple of assumptions there, and if Lighty or Jasper are watching and they don't agree with what I've just said and they don't identify in that way, then I do apologise. And that's partly because it's not something we've ever really talked about, because we don't need to talk about it. It's none of my business. It's not anyone's business really, unless they want to talk about it. I'll quite happily say I am a cis white male. That is. And I'm straight, I'm married, and I have a child. You know, I'm quite open with that, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't have to matter. It matters if you want it to matter, and to me it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter who knows, it doesn't matter who doesn't know. For me, I don't actually care about what other people are, because I don't care. That isn't important to me. What's important to me is that you are a good person, that you're dedicated to what you do. You know, when it comes to Pixel Perfect, are you a good volunteer? Are you a good speedrunner? Those are the things that matter. So yeah, we don't have a particularly diverse team because we have a very small team. Yeah, are you a decent human being? That's the thing I care about the most. The other thing I care about is trying to do this fight and not get up, because I'm completely fucking this fight up. Yeah. But because we promote the fact that we are open and we are inclusive, and we have a very welcoming community, we have had volunteers and runners, and Pixel Perfect 4 is probably by far and away the best example that we've got of inclusivity within our volunteers and our runners. We have runners from all walks of life, from all orientations, races, you name it. We've got it because we have been open about the fact that we're inclusive. And the thing is we don't work to a quota or anything. When we're doing the schedules and coming up with the runners, we don't look at what ethnicity or race or gender or sexuality they are. It's all down to the runs. And the majority of the time, if that's what you care about, you will get the diversity, because there are enough good runners out there from all walks of life. At least in my experience. Shouldn't have taken that hit from that boomy at the start. That was really bad. Let's try this again. So yeah, for me, you shouldn't need to be doing sort of diversity checks, because if you promote that you are open and inclusive, it will all happen naturally, and it has for us. It's happened incredibly naturally. And I'm so proud. I'm so proud of everyone who has worked and ran and dedicated their time to Pixel Perfect. It is very humbling that we have such amazing people doing stuff with us, and I absolutely love it, and I want to do more. If I could make it my job, I would. Right, let's see if I can get this engine skip. Nope. That was terrible. Not even close. Not even close. Lose a little bit of time whilst I take a sip there. It's funny, in all of the messages I put out, I said this was going to be a nice chilled stream. Hasn't felt it. We've hit some pretty deep topics. I blame Plywood. He brought it up. No, it's important stuff. It is all very important stuff, and as speedrunners, as a speedrunning ambassador, I feel somewhat of a responsibility to do what I can and to spread the message and everything else, because it's important. And if you're not doing that, if you're actively not doing that, then you're part of the problem. It was one of the things that I took away from the Fast 50, the Ludwig event thing. Something that someone else mentioned that I picked up on. I was like, actually, that's a really, really good point. People said that the fact that there isn't a huge amount of diversity in the initial opening announcement. People said, it doesn't, there's the and more, so there will be people of color, there will be people of different identity and race and all of that in the and more. So you shouldn't worry about it. And it doesn't. And they said that we still have things like frame fatales and all of that stuff. Blacktastic. It's called Blacktastic. There's a specific. This makes me look terrible. There is a specific event. There is a specific speedrunning event for that showcases black speedrunners. I've fucked this up again. I know where I'm going wrong with this. Unapologetically Black and Fast is the name of the event I'm thinking of. I'm not silent. I'm talking all the time. Hardy, hardy, har. Yeah, and the claim was, you know, you have things like Frame Fatales and Unapologetically Black and Fast that do, you know, highlight these communities and these runners. So, you know, this doesn't, this Ludwig event not having that doesn't take away from it. And it's like, yes, it absolutely does. It actually does damage the efforts that all of those events do. Because as much as those events are fantastic, as much as Frame Fatales is fantastic, as much as Unapologetically Black and Fast and Juneteenth, I think Juneteenth is the other one, as much as they are fantastic events at highlighting those somewhat minority, I don't want to say that they're the minority because they're not the minority. There's a huge amount of people represented in those, but they are suggested and showcased as minority groups. As much as those events are fantastic, those events should not be necessary. We shouldn't have to have an event like Frame Fatales that shows off female speedrunners. We shouldn't have to have a female speedrunning event because female speedrunners should be there on the main stage represented correctly. You shouldn't have to have an event dedicated to female speedrunners because female speedrunners should have the same opportunity and should be showcased the same way as male speedrunners, and not just female speedrunners, but you know, black speedrunners, different gendered LGBTQ plus speedrunners. Everyone should have the same representation, and when you do an event like Fast 50 and you show that card that shows an almost entire cast of white males. I didn't know all of them. I don't know all of their genders or orientations or whatever, but the vast majority of them were white males. When you show that, it does damage the work and effort that has been done to highlight speedrunners of other backgrounds. Because if all of these things can happen, if all of these events can take place, you know, if Frame Fatales, Juneteenth, all of these things can go ahead and happen and do all of this work to highlight and promote the fact that these runners exist and that they are out there and that they are doing great work, but then at the very next time a big massive event comes along and there's no representation for those people, then what was the point? That work is, I don't want to say that work is wasted, but it kind of is. We've done all this effort to promote female speedrunners, and then when it comes to one of the biggest, most exciting speedrunning events of the year, there's no female representation there. What was the point of all the work that Frame Fatales has done? Because it hasn't made a lick of difference on the big stage. Now, as it stands, there was then the and more part of that. I don't think the people who were saying that having the, you know, the and more proves that everyone is getting all up all over the place about it, and you know, it was all, the and more was always there, so there was always going to be diversity, so you shouldn't worry about the diversity because there was always going to be. No, you can't just slap and more on top of a JPEG of a bunch of white male speedrunners and say, oh yeah, but look, the diversity's still here. You know, after the fact. It's something slightly wrong there. Yeah, I'm not specifically wanting to make digs at it. I made digs at it at the time, when it was announced, but there are still some, we're talking about diversity and stuff in speedrunning. But yeah, it does cause a problem. I've messed this trick up as well. Again, I'm not used to not having popka. There we go. That's how that bit's done. Yeah. Oh, there's a... There we go. I knew there was a trick you could do with that, so you don't have to go and get the shield moo down there. I do have some other thoughts on that and some other things. There's still been some more. I mean, the whole discussion that we've just had about events reimbursing runners, that came out of the Fast 50 Ludwig event. To my understanding, that came out because Grand Pooh Bear, who was at the event, Ludwig did reimburse a lot of the runners and volunteers who were at that event. They were reimbursed for their time and, you know, money and stuff. And Grand Pooh Bear came out and said, you know, he thought it was fantastic that happened, and he made this claim that every speedrunning event should be taking that seriously, and every speedrunning event should be paying their talent. And that's where that huge hoo-ha came from, because then the whole speedrunning community turned around and said, do you know how impossible that is? But obviously we've already had that discussion, we're not going into that discussion again. But and Grand Pooh Bear then retracted it. He's deleted the tweet since, and he said something about, sorry y'all, I just like food at events, whatever. And there was some other stuff, and it's a trend that I'm seeing on Twitter a little bit more at the moment, and people seem to forget that they're on Twitter when they do this. I've got to remember how to do this trick. So I need to go and grab that heart first. I probably won't get this, I never do. That wasn't bad though. Yay! I got the engine skip. 1 out of 3 engine skips isn't... 1 out of 3 engine skips isn't bad. I mean, it is bad. But it isn't that bad. Silent there, you hit the nail on the head. It shouldn't be an afterthought. But again, as I said, if you promote, and in doing what you do, promote the idea. That's the thing. I say promote. I'm not saying that you have to go out and make posts saying, yeah, we love gay people. Gay people are welcome at our events. You don't have to do that. If the way you handle things and the way you deal with runners and the way you approach communities and things, if the way you work promotes inclusion, then you shouldn't have to work at it. It shouldn't be something you work at, because it should happen naturally. As I say, it's exactly what's happened with Pixel Perfect. We do not go out of our way that much to actively promote that we are inclusive for everyone, because the way that we operate and the things that we do already demonstrates that we are inclusive to everyone. We don't need to promote that we're inclusive to everyone, because we just are. And if you do that, then it will diversity will happen naturally, and that's the best way of it happening. People of different diversities will want to be at your events. They will want to volunteer. They will want to run, and you don't have to make a big deal out of it. But it all starts with doing things correctly, working in an inclusive manner, and dealing with problems when they arise, which is where ESA has gone so wrong in today's case. Yes, going about it in a force, and I have experience of that as well. It's something that I once raised when I was on staff for MGSR. It's something I once raised and said that it's something that we should be more aware of and we should, deal with, because MGSR was not overly fantastic when it came to diversity. Certainly not in the space of female runners. As far as I'm aware of runners of LGBTQ+, we had a couple of black... Panther... Panther King. No, not Panther King. What the fuck am I... Jaguar King. Jesus Christ. Jaguar King is probably the most... Yeah. I can't, for the life of me, could not remember his name. Jaguar King is probably the most prominent... Is it right? Is it right to suggest that Jaguar King's black, or so? He's not white male. There you go. He's male. He's not white. He's probably the most prominent, and we do. There are others in MGSR who are, but it went through a time when MGSR were doing events. It went through a time where it was always the same people doing the events, and as with a lot of communities like that, the majority of the people who were taking part in those events were white males. You occasionally got a couple of girls involved. And there were some other ethnicities who got involved in stuff, but it did generally tend to be like that. And when I tried to raise that and say, this is something that we should probably look at and we should be a bit more wary of and careful, it was shot down. One of the people who shot it down was someone who wasn't white, and they said because the way I was going about it made it sound like I was being disingenuous. I was like, I was trying to be diverse for the sake of diversity rather than be, on the merit of people who were running, on the merit of how good they are as speedrunners. Diversity for diversity's sake is a tricky tightrope to walk. I felt a bit disheartened by that, because I genuinely do care. I genuinely wanted to do something and make a difference, but I respect the fact that yes, that can look disingenuous if done wrong. A couple of the things I've said tonight probably sound disingenuous because it's sounding forced, and unfortunately, it's a bit of a tightrope that you sometimes have to walk, which is why, as I said a couple of times before, if everything you do promotes inclusivity, then it will happen naturally, and that is the best way of going about it. I am no expert on it. Let me also put that out there. I'm no expert on this stuff. It is not my job role. It is not something I'm trained on. Not most volunteers aren't. Most people in the speedrunning community are not trained in what they volunteer for. There is a reason why companies employ diversity officers. Heavy stuff tonight. Very heavy stuff tonight. And I apologise to anyone who has felt that this has maybe gotten a little too heavy, or if anyone's feeling uncomfortable with what I've been saying and the subject matter, I do apologise, but I do feel that it is important to talk about. And the question was asked. People have been asking questions and asking for my take on things. But what do you think? Leave a comment in the comments below. You don't have to do that. Thank you. Speedrunning is for everyone. The only people who are not welcome in speedrunning is anyone who actively wants to exclude others from speedrunning. And that's an argument that I've actually seen play out before. I have seen bigots make that argument about the idea that, you know, if you're a bigot, you don't think that transsexuals should exist. You know, you're a transphobe, and so we don't want you in our community. I have seen transphobes turn around at that and say, well, that's not being very inclusive, because my opinion and my feeling about transgender people isn't being permitted. And my argument against that will always be, when your opinion and your belief in something is something that deliberately is deliberately designed to exclude someone else, that's when you're not welcome. As I say, I've genuinely seen transphobes make that argument. Say that because they don't believe in transgender, and they actively think that people who are transgender are evil or bad or wrong and shouldn't exist, that by excluding them, we are not being inclusive. It happened in MGSR. There were people who were kicked out of MGSR who said it wasn't fair. They were kicked out of MGSR because their belief is they have a belief that transgenderism shouldn't exist, and they were actively talking about that. When your belief or your opinion is that somebody else shouldn't be included, that is when you are excluded yourself. And the other thing with all of that is, if you, I don't want to put anyone who doesn't believe in transgenderism or any other non-exclusivity issue. You know, there are people out there who don't think gay people should be, being gay should be illegal. There are people who are out there who don't think women should be allowed in space. Whatever. I don't want to put everyone with any sort of belief under that, under the same umbrella term of bigot. There are people out there who are uncomfortable with the idea or have reservations about it, but wouldn't necessarily exclude people as a result. You know, we used to call them gender critics, but now gender critic, because so many prominent gender critics have essentially been bigots. The term gender critic and bigot are now kind of interchangeable, because such high prominent gender critics have just been outright transphobic and bigoted. I completely understand that there are conversations to be had about transgenderism, and that there will be some cases where people abuse the system, because there are cases of people talk about the number of obviously the argument is always about transgender women being allowed in women-only spaces. You know how many crimes and sex crimes in particular are committed by white men, and we don't see anyone saying that white men should be illegal. Like, it's ridiculous. It's fucking stupid. But I understand that there are people who are skeptic, who are critical of it, who have very real concerns. and some of those concerns are valid, and to have those concerns can be valid, as long as those beliefs don't then turn into non-exclusivity. You can be someone who is wary about the idea of women, of transgender women being in women's spaces. You can ask questions about it. You can, have concerns and raise issues. That's absolutely fine. It's when you then actively go out of your way to do harm and do damage and to be non-inclusive, that's when it's a problem. And if you are one of those people, when it comes to speedrunning and it comes to community spaces like that, you know what the best thing to do? Shut up. It's the best thing you can do. Because as far as speedrunning is concerned, because I've already said it, it doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things. Like I said, when me and Jasper came up with the schedule for Pixel Perfect Marathon 4, it did not matter to us whether a runner that we were looking at was straight, gay, LGBTQ+, whether they were transgender, whether they were male or female, whatever. It did not matter to us what kind of person they were. What mattered was, did they have a cool run that we want to show in our speedrun marathon? And that's the thing that kind of does my head in a little bit with people who complain about this in speedrunning spaces and make a big fuss about it in speedrunning spaces. It's like, it shouldn't make a difference. You're playing a video game. You're not looking at each other's genitals. Like, is it really that difficult? I take part in a marathon. I meet my host. My host is transgender. I don't immediately start asking them questions about their transgenderism. I go, cool, should we talk about the run? Because that's the thing that matters. That's the thing that I care about. And that's time. 1 hour, 27 minutes and 23 seconds. People feeling discriminated because they weren't chosen for things that were evaluated based off of non-intrinsic characteristics. Well, that's where, as I've said, the naturality of it comes. If you promote things, and if you allow, and it's kind of a double-edged sword a little bit. With all of this, because the problem is that because diversity and inclusion in speedrunning hasn't been great in the past, it hasn't encouraged minorities to get involved, and as a result, it's difficult to get minorities to get involved because they don't feel included. But with time, and it is getting better, it's always getting better. And again, I can't not praise the work of, I can't praise enough the work of organisations and events like Frame Fatales, Unapologetically Black and Fast, Power Up with Pride, any event that encourages and promotes minorities within speedrunning. They're all fantastic, and it is getting better all of the time. And as I said, for Pixel Perfect, it has just happened naturally because funnily enough, the system works. There's another thing that came out of the whole Fast 50 thing people were arguing that, oh well, because this event is supposed to be, it's supposed to bring in a mass audience. The whole idea is to bring in people who aren't speedrunners to see what speedrunning is about and get more people interested in speedrunning. So of course they're going to want to showcase the biggest talents, the biggest names, and the best people, the best entertainers. And that's why that initial thing didn't have as much diversity in it, because they wanted to promote the big people who were going to bring in audiences. Of course, the immediate response to that is, oh, so you're saying that women and black content creators can't be successful? They don't bring in audiences? They can't do all these things? Because they absolutely can. It wasn't the gotcha that people thought it was. It was. Absolutely.
New follower.
Thank you very much for the follow. Yeah, it absolutely was just a show of favoritism. Because, as I say, to say that the reason why those people in particular were highlighted because they thought that they would be the ones to bring in the biggest audiences is just further insulting all of the fantastic, diverse content creators and speedrunners out there who can be that entertaining, who can be that fantastic, who can bring in those sort of audiences. Oh, damn! Bingothon is raiding. Thank you very much for the raid, Bingothon. Welcome to you and your 11 raiders. You join as I am preparing for a different marathon. For those who don't know, I am doing my very first ever Bingothon next weekend. Next Saturday, I will be running Metal Gear Solid: The Twin Snakes for Bingothon. The first time Twin Snakes Bingo has ever been done for a marathon. Not the first time a Metal Gear game has been on Bingothon. But that's next weekend. This weekend...
Follow-up.
Thank you very much for the follow. Yes, that's next weekend. This weekend is Misfit Mascot Relay 3, which is hosted on BSG's Twitch channel. This is the third relay that has been done, and the idea behind the event is that it brings together speedrunners of often forgotten mascot games. So it includes things like Spyro the Dragon, Ape Escape. I don't think there's been any Crash Bandicoot in it yet. Klonoa, obviously. Some Disney games. Toy Story was in there once. The one with the ants, Bugs Life. Bugs Life. For Misfit Marathon Relay 2, I ran Metal Gear Solid, which is a mini game, an Ape Escape 3 mini game that mimics Metal Gear. So yes, I'm running this Klonoa 2 Lunatea's Veil for that event, and I'm just doing practice for that. Next week, I will be doing some practice for Bingothon. We'll do some Twin Snakes bingo during Tuesday and Thursday streams. But this is actually a pretty good opportunity, because we're going to be taking a break shortly anyway. But this is a pretty good opportunity to talk about some events. I have an absolutely stacked Should we let's swap over to the before we go any further, let's swap over to this one. Pepsi Man is being run in this marathon. I started learning Pepsi Man once, and I just couldn't deal with Pepsi Man. I unfortunately gave up with Pepsi Man. But it is a fun game. I'd highly recommend if you get the opportunity to give Pepsi Man a go, give it a go, because it's a lot of fun. It's a very silly game. But yes, Pepsi Man is in it. I think Pepsi Man has been in it before as well. We've had Pepsi Man at Pixel Perfect. Jonathan Irvings is a Pepsi Man runner. In fact, I think Jonathan Irvings might be one of the runners of Pepsi Man for Misfit Mascot Relay 3. Cool guy. Great volunteer. Yes, my June is absolutely stacked. So weekend that's just gone I did Metal Gear Solid 3 All Keratin's European Extreme for Preventathon. This weekend, I am doing Klonoa 2 Lunatea's Veil for Misfit Mascot Relay 3. Next weekend, so that's 2 games, it's 2 different games. Next weekend, on the Saturday, I am doing Metal Gear Solid the Twin Snakes Bingo for Bingo-thon. That's 3 games. On the Sunday, I'm doing Metal Gear Solid 3 Any Percent again. So it's still 3 games, different category, but still only 3 games. And I'm doing Mini Ghost Any Percent. So that's 4 games. Both of those runs, Metal Gear Solid 3 and Mini Ghost, are going to be for Power Up with Pride. So that's 4 games. 4 games that I've... And then the weekend after that is Pixel Perfect Marathon 4. I'm not running in Pixel Perfect Marathon 4. I am one of the lead organisers. I will be hosting. I'll be doing tech. I've been doing all of the runner organisation the past few weeks. If you're in Pixel Perfect Marathon 4, or if you're dealing with it, you'll have seen my name all throughout the Discord server, because I'm practically run the organisation side of it, whilst Jasper and Lighty do all the tech side of it. They make everything look pretty. I get everyone there on time. That's how our roles work. So yeah, absolutely stacked June. 4 different games across 5 different events. Every single weekend. So the best thing to do would be to add another event and a 5th game, right? Yep. I'm very pleased, against my better judgment, I should say. I'm very pleased to confirm that as of today, I've only received the message today. The Friday before Pixel Perfect, so technically it'll actually be Saturday morning, because it's going to be another 3 a.m. jobby on Saturday morning, but technically, as far as their schedule goes, it's Friday night. I'm very pleased to confirm that I will be running Unmetal Any Percent Hard on GDQ Hotfix for Amber Cyprian's Passion Projects. It's season 2 of Passion Projects. Amber Cyprian went to Twitter to ask people what they thought would be a good topic. Or a good genre to focus on for season 2, and I went in with some suggestions. Fully, like, some of my suggestions had Unmetal written all over them, and the one that she went with, that she picked out from my tweet, that she liked, was inspired indies and spiritual successors. So indie games that were inspired by other games, that are kind of act as spiritual successors to other games. So that is going to be the focus of season 2 of Passion Project. Passion Project is a GDQ hotfix show that specifically looks at, they look at a specific genre every season, but the idea being that it's someone showing off their passion project, something that they have a huge, this isn't just someone who's done a run and they've done a run pretty good and they want to show it off. This is something that someone has poured a lot of time, effort into. It's more than just a speed run. And for anyone who knows me and knows how much work I have done with Unmetal over the past few years, you will know that for me, Unmetal is more than just a single speed run. I have developed the speed run over multiple different categories and difficulties. I'm the world record holder in most categories. The only one I really haven't touched is the Vita version. That's coming at some point. I will be playing the Vita version at some point. I've developed guides for it. I developed the speedrun wiki for it. I've done so much for Unmetal that it is absolutely a passion project for me. It always has been. I've wanted to get Unmetal into something GDQ related. I mean, ideally, I'd love to see Unmetal on the main stage. It's still my goal. I will continue, whether it's for live or online, submitting Unmetal to every GDQ from now on until I get it onto the main stage. But to get it onto a hotfix is absolutely fantastic. So yes, Friday the 21st of June, about 10, 11. The exact time that I'm going to be on hasn't been determined yet. Another runner has also been chosen for that stream. Hasn't been decided which of us is going first or second. But it will be, if you're in the US, it'll be sort of 10, 11 o'clock at night. If you're like me in Europe, it's going to be 3, 4 a.m. on Saturday morning. So yes, 3, 4 a.m. Saturday morning, I'm going to do a run. And then at midday on Saturday, I'm going to launch Pixel Perfect Marathon 4. I am an absolute madman. Like, but I'm kind of just do it now. Just fuck up June. I'm not working. I'm on paternity leave, so it's not like I'm gonna fall asleep at my desk at work the following day. So I'm just like, just do it. Let's just get as much stuff packed into June as possible, and then July I am just going to rest. I'm just gonna sleep throughout the whole of July. Yeah, this isn't, if it had been any other marathon or anything like that, I would have declined it. But to get Unmetal onto a GDQ hotfix, I've been wanting to showcase it for a very long time. I've been wanting to be back on hotfix for a long time. I was on hotfix once before. I did a What's Faster race. What's Faster? Sleep, but vote on July 4th. Absolutely, everyone in the UK should be voting on July 4th. I don't want to tell you how you should vote. I'll tell you how I'm voting, tactically. I would encourage anyone to vote tactically to make sure the Conservatives don't win the seat in their area. But you are obviously free to vote for anyone you want. I'm not going to tell you how to vote. That's why we have a free and open democracy for a reason. Yeah, so to get GDQ to get Unmetal onto a GDQ hotfix is a really nice opportunity that I can't miss out on. And also, as its passion project, my other big passion project is Pixel Perfect Marathon 4. Is Pixel Perfect. For anyone who doesn't know Pixel Perfect, I do understand we did just have a raid of a bunch of new people who might not know. I didn't mean to do that in all caps, but it's come out as all caps. Is that even a clickable? That's not even a clickable link. Jesus. Let me try that again. Pixel Perfect events. Right, I'm gonna put the HTTPS in front this time. There we go. That works. Cool. That has worked now. So Pixel Perfect is a marathon event team that I helped found last year with Lightning Strikes and Jasper. We're on our 4th event. It starts the Saturday that I'm doing GDQ hotfix. So during my hotfix run, at some point, I'm going to mention the fact that Pixel Perfect 4 will be starting in a few hours, and the timing is just perfect for that. So I'm really pleased to get it onto hotfix, but to also get on and be able to, I'm not gonna massively push Pixel Perfect whilst I'm doing the run. Is about Unmetal and about, it's not about Pixel Perfect. But I'm absolutely going to mention it, because again, it's my other passion project. So, that was, like I said, this was supposed to be a nice chilled stream. That was a lot more intense. Bloody hell, it's 20 to 11 already. Where's the time gone? Jesus. All right, we're going to go for a break. And when we come back, we're going to do another run of this. During the break, I'm going to check out my old run of Klonoa, of this category, because there's a couple of levels that I just need to double check on what I'm supposed to be doing, because I kind of messed them up. And then we'll do another run and see how we get on. Does that sound all right? See you all in a few minutes.
that you call. Wish the line were dead. I keep talking to you in my head. Have I lost my mind? I keep wasting time, as if I could reach you. It hurts to want you. It hurts to need it this bad. It hurts to want you. I've tried, but the memories come back.
Hey yo, I pull up fresh, hop out, yes, we the best, nothing less. Going hard, nigga, I go harder than the hardest. Yes, beast mode, nigga, watch me go retarded. Yeah, chill. I'm cooking up inside the kitchen, it's the same old same. I get up on the mic and spit it, ain't a damn thing changed. You guarantee that I'ma kill it, niggas know my name. I bring the heat when in the booth, my nigga light that flame. I'm on the grind like all the time, yeah, you know what it is. Oh, they're trying to survive and just handle my best. We keep a focus, elevating and we conquering fears. Cause when you keep on working at it, all that stuff disappears. Always down to get it cracking, yeah, you know what I'm saying. I'm just trying to make it come up, nigga, no, I ain't playing. Ain't no hesitation, ain't no more time for the land. Get up on the beat, beast mode, yeah, super saiyan. Fresh like a pair of Nike kicks to match the fit. The all white to match the whip. With a little bit of Henny getting smashed a bit. Yo, it's a rap. Every time I'm asked to spit, I'm saying any bad thoughts going through my mind. I tell them, don't worry, I'ma be just fine. Cause no matter what, I'm always staying on that grind. Remaining focused, cause I know it's just a matter of time. I heard plenty bad thoughts going through my mind. I tell them, don't worry, I'ma be just fine. Cause no matter what, I'm always staying on that grind. Remaining focused, cause I know it's just a matter of time. Hey yo. If I fall off, I'ma always bounce back. Can't stay down, nah, nigga, bump that. Swag in the ball, backing like I'm all that. Tell them make way, play a hater, fall back. Yo, I hope for a stroll just to ease my mind. Soon as I clear my head, nigga, I'ma be just fine. I tell them put it
Alrighty, I went and checked what I needed to check, know what we're doing for round 2. So let's see if we can make that time a little bit better. Here we go. Klonoa 2, Lunatea's Vale here on Thursday night. Speedrunning with the boy, Nick Abbey Green. Welcome back, everybody. Here we go again. Just when you think that you're in control, just when you think that you've got a hold, just when you get on a roll, here it goes. Here it goes. Here it goes. Again. All right. Who's ready for round 2? So I was just checking to make sure like everything was working. Who's ready for round 2? I hope you're all ready for round 2 because round 2 is about to start. I'm just want to make a couple of adjustments before we get started. First thing, I'm going to make that FPS counter slightly smaller, slightly better, so it doesn't look quite so jagged and horrible. That should be better. That doesn't look quite as bad. And the other thing is, actually, I'm actually going to quit. Do I need to quit the game? I just want to have a quick look at my Steam input because I tried to change this to this one controller support mode thing, which hasn't worked. For some reason there's no freaking layouts. Where's just like... I'm assuming this one is just the standard gamepad. Right bumper, right trigger. Yeah, this one looks... This looks correct. So that adds... Yeah, no. I was still doing stuff with that. Oh. It adds trackpad stuff to... Let me just edit this one. There's no go back to default, is there? No. Basically, all I want to do. This all looks correct. I'm going to turn off. I'm going to turn off the trackpad stuff. I don't like having the trackpads do stuff because I can accidentally. Okay, that doesn't seem to want to. That should be fine. I don't like accidentally tapping them. The one thing that I do want to do, though, is I want to make R1 right bumper, add an extra command, gamepad, start. Why haven't you done that? Add extra command, start. Okay. This doesn't seem to want to edit. Right, let's do this one. No, I don't want to do... I want to start from scratch. I want to start from... Template, gamepad. Maybe I just start with this one. Apply layout, edit layout. Maybe this is what I needed to do. There we... Yeah, okay, now it's editing. Turn those off. I don't like having those switched on because you can accidentally click stuff, and I don't like it when that happens. They're all fine. The only thing I want to do is I want R1 to have an extra command, and that command be start. So when I push right bumper, I also push start at the same time. Export layout, new personal save, gamepads, R1 plus start. There we go. That's it. That's the only thing There we go. That's the only thing that I wanted to be different. And the reason for... I'm just going to open... I just want to have a quick try at one thing. So also don't think that this is actually... Yeah, I don't think that controller input has kicked in. I don't think it's going to kick in. I don't think it's going to kick in unless I reset the game. So I'm just going to quickly reset the game. Hopefully it'll happen now. But yes, the as Neil said there, fast. The reason for doing this. The reason for doing this is so that yes, it is now work. I can confirm it is now working. The reason for doing this is so that when it comes to cutscenes, rather than try and hold R1 and start at the same time, I just have to hold R1. When you get to a cutscene, you have two ways of skipping it. You hold start, and you have to hold start for a short amount of time. There's a little meter that fills up, and then you will completely skip the cutscene. Or you can hold R1 to speed the cutscene up. And it will just speed the cutscene up, and it'll play through it, but it'll play through it at a really fast rate. The thing is, if you hold both R1 and start, the little timer on holding start also speeds up when you have R1 held. So the quickest way of skipping a cutscene is to hold R1 and start at the same time. Now, for just a normal run in this case, it doesn't make a lot of difference because IGT does not tick during cutscenes. Cutscenes don't make a difference to your IGT. However, I am going to be running this in a marathon, and in marathon relay setting, they don't care. I can't remember if they go by IGT or not, but they care more about RTA because you're in a live setting. So in a live setting, RTA is more important. So, and I'm used to it. It's how I'm used to running. So I want to just is it play data? Is that one? There we go. There is a level selector, so you don't have to wander around the map. There we go. That's working. That's working perfectly. You're gonna be cool. I forgot. Oh yeah, that was one I wanted to check. See, again, because it's a kind of an RTA marathon setting. No, because we want to be fast. The manipulation that Neil is referring to is gameplay. Some gameplay elements still occur during cutscenes. So the best example is when you are about to chase Tat in Joliant Fun Park. There is a cutscene where you're stood on the fairground ride. Tat's also on the fairground ride and you're having a chat to her. Whilst that is occurring, the fairground ride is still spinning. And your location on the fairground ride remains. So the idea is that by waiting that cutscene out long enough, you get to a point where when you then take control, I can't remember the exact timing, but it's quite long. I think you have to wait. There's a fairground ride in the background. Oh, that's it. Yep. So hit that. I might be too late here. Yeah. So yeah, there was a quicker trick to this, and I just wanted to give this a practice. It's that. There we go. That is how you do that puzzle quickly. That's what I wanted to practice. 4 to 5 platforms past my time. I learned there's a roller coaster in the background, and you wait for that roller coaster something like 5 times or something like that. There's different ways of timing it. But basically, what it means is that if you normally skip that cutscene instantly, you're on one side, and Tat is on the other side of the ride, and you have to run all the way around. If you wait for the cutscene, if you wait during the cutscene and allow the ride to keep moving, you then take control of the game, and Tat is right next to you, and you grab Tat straight away. For IGT, that is faster, because during that cutscene, IGT isn't ticking, and it is technically faster. In a marathon real-life setting, it's slower, because you have to sit and wait through a cutscene. So I won't be doing it for this, because obviously I want to practice what I'd be doing for the marathon run. So let's do that now. I don't know, I think I used this save before, so we'll use it again. And we will get started as soon as I take control of Klonoa. In 3, 2, 1, go! I've got to ask, do we want a different costume for this run? I gave people the opportunity to choose which costume we had in the last run, and people voted for the Klonoa 1 costume. If anyone has any preference for a different costume for this run, I'm happy to change when we get to the map. Again, it doesn't cost any time to change. It doesn't cost any IGT to change the costume. It does cost RTA, but in this situation we're not running to RTA. So yes, if anyone has any, Neil likes this costume. This one's a very popular costume because Klonoa 1 is more popular. I spoke earlier about Unmetal and wanting to continue to submit Unmetal until Unmetal gets into a GDQ. Klonoa 2 is the same. Klonoa 2, despite being, the game was originally released in 2001. Despite that, the game is 23 years old. Despite that, Klonoa 2 has never featured on a main stage GDQ event. I don't believe it's ever been on the hotfix either. Klonoa 2, to the best of my knowledge, Klonoa 2 has never featured in games on a Games Done Quick event. Klonoa 1 has a few times. A couple of years ago, Klonoa Daughter Phantom Isle for the PS1 made it onto GDQ, and of course last year at SGDQ, Klonoa 1 from the Fantasy Reverie series was included. It was run by Mr. Shasta, and I was on the commentary couch for it. To this day, I still have not learnt the speed run for Klonoa 1, despite commentating for it at GDQ. One day I will. One day I will go and actually learn the run. I played the game. I've played through it. So yeah, hopefully one day Klonoa 2. And so, unless something more important comes up, for the foreseeable future, for every single Games Done Quick submission, at the very least, I will submit Klonoa 2 and Unmetal until they get in. Ooh, an any % tutorial would be really cool. So there aren't that many guides, like full game guides for Klonoa, particularly for Klonoa 2, because for the most part it doesn't actually need a full guide. An any % guide summing up tricks and optimizations is a very good idea. It doesn't really need a full guide for everything, because most of it is just, it's pretty obvious for the most part what you need to do. Get to the end of the level, particularly if you're not using Popka. It is play casually but fast. There are some interesting tricks and skips and stuff here and there. So yes, a guide that just goes through those would be more useful than a full-on here is the entire run guide. I don't know if there's a specific repository online for Klonoa speedrunning guides and help and information. I mean, at the very least, as long as it's on speedrun.com, that is good enough for me. I am definitely an advocate for speedrunning guides and information that should not be only on Discord. If you've got speedrunning advice, notes, guides, FAQs, and they are solely on a Discord server, you are wrong. Ideally, I would also say they shouldn't solely be on speedrun.com, but they should at the very least be also be on speedrun.com. And a Google Doc's absolutely fine as long as there is a link to that Google Doc that is somewhere that isn't just Discord. You should not be forced to join a Discord server to find information about a speed game. I don't think that's controversial to say. We can do this is a very slight optimization we can do by grabbing that birdo, or whatever it's called. We get a new one here, and I can now immediately throw it. Very, very slight optimization. That doesn't actually save that much time at all. Damn it. Certainly doesn't save time when I then screw up the throw. Oh, what? 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 Well, that was terrible. Oh, yeah. Oh yeah, if you then need invitation and you need authentication to join, you should never need authentication to join a Discord server. You should absolutely need authentication to moderate a Discord server. So we're a few seconds behind just because of that mess I made at the end of that level. Yeah, it's kind of I agree with the people sort of lament the death of the forum. I mean, that could have been a lot faster. That's nice though, and oh, I threw that move way too quickly. That was not good. Oh, and that one. Damn it. This fight already could have been a lot faster. It does do more harm than good when you're just wanting people to join. And again, this is another reason why that kind of information should not be gated behind a Discord server. Not everything needs a Discord server. Can't remember. There was I watched a video on it. I can't remember if it was an EPOS Vox video. It might have been an EPOS Vox video. It might have been an article on some. I can't remember. I read somewhere about something talking about the fact that not everything needs a Discord server. And Skype groups, jeez. Yeah, not everything needs a Discord server. There's arguments to say that I have a Discord server for this stream. There's arguments to say that that Discord server isn't necessary. Absolutely isn't necessary. It doesn't have to exist. But it's too big. It's too big now to shut down. I've done too much with it to then turn away. The argument that was being made wasn't to say if you're just starting out streaming, the first thing you shouldn't be thinking is, right, I need a Discord server. You wait until you feel like it's time. I knew it was time to build the Discord server for my community when I had people asking me for it. I had people who were coming onto the stream saying, have you got a Discord server I can join as well? I was like, no, I don't. Should I? Like, yeah, you should have one. I was like, oh, okay. And that, once enough people had said, you really should have a Discord server for us to come and hang out in, I was like, okay, let's do it. If you're a speedrunning marathon, you absolutely need a Discord server. Speed games do kind of gave into the it wasn't so much peer pressure. It was more I hadn't really thought about it at the time. I was like, you know, didn't think I really needed my own Discord server. I already had another Discord server that I was a part of, and this was before I, you know, massively got into Discord. At the time, I was a member of maybe 2 Discord servers. You know, I wasn't. This was before I was speedrunning, so I wasn't in any of my speedrun servers. I had my main Discord server that I hung out with all my friends, which I'm now not in that server anymore because I got alienated from that. So yeah, at the time I was like, I think, in fact, I might have at that time only been in that one Discord server, and that was it. And that's the only thing I used Discord for, was that one server with all my friends. And originally that we used TeamSpeak for that, until someone said we should use Discord instead. I was like, okay, what's Discord? And I sort of looked, I was like, this is just like TeamSpeak, but with more hoops to jump through. And eventually I was like, okay, now I understand why Discord is good. So yeah, I believe my own Discord server was the second Discord server I ever joined. And then of course I got into speedrunning, and now I have dozens and dozens of Discord servers, because I have all the Discord servers for I don't stick around in every marathon Discord server that I join. Obviously you have to join marathon once, because that's where all of the communication happens. It's where a lot of the voice and all of that stuff happens. Have a good one, Silent. Thanks for dropping in. It's been good having you here as always. Most marathon Discord servers I do stick around in, but not all of them. It depends how active they are and whether I see myself running in that marathon again. Suffice to say, after the story I told you about FTLG earlier, I did not stick around in that Discord server. I completely agree with that. It's always amazing now to me, because I never really thought of it before, because I wasn't big. I'm not saying that I'm big now. I wasn't big into speedrunning and communities and stuff like that. But now it's always crazy every time I join. I join a new marathon Discord server, and immediately there's like, oh, yep, I know you. I've worked with you. I've spoken to you on a number of occasions. I've hosted you. You've been my host. Like, it does feel like a very small world sometimes in speedrunning. But that's only because I join, I do a lot of community speedrun stuff. There are thousands and thousands of speedrunners that I will never interact with, because they speedrun their own games in their own groups, and that's about it. They don't really do much else. Whereas, I'm very much a marathon speedrunner. I like being in marathons. I like doing races, but I don't get the opportunity to do it very often. I've messed this room up a little bit. I've messed this room up significantly. Yeah, that was bad. I was supposed to take the move from the previous room in with me, and that speeds that room up quite significantly. Which is weird. I got that right on the first run. Oh, I grabbed that. That was nice. It's still one of my desires. for speedrunning is to get... I'll never... Pampas and Celine is a brand new video game that was released a couple of weeks ago. It is made by Unepic Fran of Unepic Entertainment, who is the maker of Unmetal, my favorite speed game, and I am the self-proclaimed world's best Unmetal player. No one has yet to challenge me on that. Yes, it's their new game, available to purchase on Steam. It was originally released for the MSX2 computer and then rebuilt for Steam. And I am in the credits of the game. I'm actually one of only a few people who appear twice in the credits as well. I was a QA tester for the game, and I'm also one of the game's 2 speedrun consultants. That was it. So I'm credited as a speedrun consultant for the game. I should have checked this room for what I'm supposed to do here, because I'm sure that's wrong. Pretty certain that's wrong. I think I want that with me. No, I don't. I want that with me. That's how you do that room. No messing around with the giant moo. Okay. I didn't need to hit that switch, but I was waiting for the giant moo. Or Frankenmoo, I think this one's called. Yes, the main reason I am credited as one of the game's speedrun consultants is I wrote the auto splitter for it. Which at some point when I get time, Plywood has finally provided me with a nice long list of all the things that the auto splitter doesn't work. Oh, that was bad and slow. Because to this day, I've never actually done a full run of the game using the auto splitter. So Ply has finally done a run and saved all of his notes. The last couple of weeks, I've had Ply keep coming to me saying such and such doesn't work in the auto splitter. Like the auto splitter is double splitting. I was like, okay, where and how and why? Don't know. He's finally made some notes after doing a run so that he can actually tell me what's wrong. Oh, I wasn't concentrating. How hard would it be to write a splitter for full game K1 and K2? Probably impossible because of the way the game handles IGT and resets. I think it's something that we've considered, but I don't, because they're two separate games. I think if the question is because you want to do back-to-back runs of K1 and K2, I think the answer to that is to just run 2 auto splitters at the same time. Run the Klonoa 1 auto splitter and the Klonoa 2 auto splitter at the same time. I know that works because I've done it for Metal Gear. When I did, I think it was when I did All Frog Tags, the All Frog Tags trilogy for Twin Snakes 2 and 3. I ran 2 auto splitters and manually split for 3 because we didn't have the master collection at that point. But yes, you can run multiple auto splitters in Live Split. Yeah, as I say, it's tricky because because they are, certainly as far as the auto split is concerned, they are 2 different video games. That doesn't mean it's impossible. It probably could be done, but it needs someone with much better understanding of how that works than I. Oh, ow. Trying to go for the quick grab, and I didn't even... I was way too sort of like comically slow there. I'm going to get close to Leptio. We want him to do his spin attack, because his spin attack's slightly quicker. Oh, it's not quicker if I make a mess of it. I want him to do his spin attack again, so I can get underneath him. There we go. It's bad. Oh, that moo spawn was awful. What was that moo spawn? It might be doable. I think the main thing is you just gotta you'd have to switch off the reset, because I think Klonoa 1 does it as well. I don't know as much about the Klonoa 1 auto splitter because I only wrote the Klonoa 2 auto splitter. The main thing with the Klonoa 2 auto splitter is the moment you hit the main menu, the timer resets. That's really easy to switch off. But it's whether any of that... The problem that you've got is the way auto splitters work is when a game is loaded, the auto splitter like attaches itself to that point in memory, and you're unloading one game and loading another game, which crap. Not actually sure if my timer went up. Yes, it did. I lost 1/5 of a second for that mistake. Yeah, it's the loading and unloading of the game that might cause problems. I can't say for certain. You then need to write into the auto splitter the fact that it's got to look at 2 different games, which is doable because any auto splitter that supports multiple versions of the same game does that. So, for example, the Metal Gear Solid 1 auto splitter works for all regional versions of the game. It works... I don't know why I grabbed that move. It works for the original PC version. It works for the Master Master Collection version. It works on works for every PS1 version on emulator, and it works across different emulators. So all of those different things are all built into the same auto splitter. It has to look at different places. It has to look at different memory locations depending on which version of the game is running. But the actual execution of split is the same throughout. You know, the split from one room into another, it's still find this room's location in memory. If this room now becomes this room, split. It's just across the different versions, the locations in memory are different. And that's the bit that you have to look up and work out. For doing both of these at the same time, you are essentially having to combine 2 auto splitters into one and have the game say, which game am I running? Now, luckily, the game does have that already. There is a memory location. Or there was. I don't know if we still use it, because it wasn't... I don't think we found it in Unity. I think we found it in... I can't remember if it was in Unity or not, which game you were running. Or whether we just found it in the traditional memory pointers. I can't remember. I'd have to have a look. But there'd be loads of different ways of knowing which game you're running. In fact, you don't even need a memory location for that. You tell it, you ask it which executable are you currently looking at, which state are you running. Basically, whenever you write an auto splitter or work with an auto splitter, the very first thing you do with an auto splitter is you tell it what state to look for. Most of the time, that is an executable. So, for example, for Pampus and Celine, the first thing it does is it asks you to look for a state in memory called maze.exe. and that is because the executable for Pampus and Celine is called maze.exe. I mean, you can just do an RTA timer, but if you're wanting the auto splitter to then recognize and add together the IGTs, which is, I'm assuming, what you'd like it to do, then that would obviously be much better and much easier to handle. I can certainly have a look at it at some point. It's, as I say, it's not something I have a great deal of experience with, but I'm certainly up for giving it a go. May need to fix all applies issues with the Pampus and Celine auto splitter first, which I need to actually have a look through the list. Because so far, every time he's come to me with an issue with the auto splitter, it's been, you've got a split enabled that you should just switch off. That's not to say that that is what it's going to be for all of the issues he's found. But the methodology I put in for some of the splits, like, should be foolproof. And have been somewhat tested. I've not tested the whole thing, but in theory, in the way it's written, there shouldn't be a lot of problems. How does it feel to be a programmer? Troubleshooting user errors? It's good. I do like responsibility. I like being the go-to guy for that kind of thing. It's just... It's nice that Ply has finally come to me with an actual definitive list of this didn't work. Whereas in the past it has just been the splitter is doing multiple splits for God quests. Like, okie dokie, which ones, where, and why? Don't know. It's just double splitting. And then when I went and checked, it wasn't double splitting at all. It was doing exactly what it's supposed to. That's the thing I like about it. It is like a logic puzzle. Writing an auto splitter is like doing a logic puzzle. It's like, I want it to do this. How do I get it to do this? Yeah, this no worky with no other explanation is not helpful. There is still a problem with the Klonoa 2 auto splitter that I still haven't been able to fix. The final split is still completely broken and doesn't work. Well, it's not completely broken. It just doesn't display the time correctly. Now that I've worked, the Pampus and Celine auto splitter was by far the most complicated auto splitter I've ever built. Far exceeds Klonoa's. So with that experience, hopefully I can jump back into Klonoa and try and work out what's wrong with the final split. The problem with the final split. Oh, that was dumb. The problem with the final split has always been, oh, well, that's not going to work now, is it? The problem with the final split for Klonoa 2 has always been that I have not found a way of splitting when the final boss is defeated. The final boss... Splitting for the final boss just isn't doable. With the methodology that I've been using. Say, now that I have more experience, I'm hoping that I can find a new way of doing it. Yay! I finally got that right. Yes, the methodology that I've been using, I've not been able to do it. I have the boss's health. I have the King of Sorrow's health. I have access to his health. The problem is that the split is when his health reaches 0, split. Problem is when you first enter the room, his health is 0, so it splits. And it's finding a way of doing it so that can't happen. And I've not been able to find any other variable that works. So the way the final final split happens at the moment is you defeat the boss and then exit the level, and then it splits. The IGT is paused at this point, so the IGT isn't running anyway, so you're not losing any time. But you also have to let the final split happen off its own accord, because if you don't, then it doesn't correct the IGT time. This was something I implemented into it for specifically for all visions, because as you can see by the timer that's on screen, the timer on screen doesn't include milliseconds; it's just seconds. And so IGT, the official timing of a Klonoa 2 run and a Klonoa 1 run does not include milliseconds. However, if you're doing all visions, you need the those two visions times adding on, and they are in milliseconds. So for a correct time, that was much better. For a correct time to occur, you need to be able to add on the milliseconds of the two tower levels, but not include the milliseconds of the main game's IGT, because it doesn't have any. Obviously, it does in the background, but we don't see that. Maybe a for loop that has to hit 0 twice and resets if you reload the boss fight. That could work. Custom variable that counts the amount of times it's at 0, so it fires off when it goes over 3. Potentially. The problem is it stays at 0 for a very long time. I think actually, yeah, I think the answer is that you have some sort of variable that you could do a boolean, I think. As I said, now that I understand more about how C works and what you can do, I think what you do is you just have a boolean, which is a boss check, and that boolean starts at false. When you first load the boss and it goes to 0, it checks to see if it's currently true or false. If it's false, it doesn't split. As soon as that boss then has a number that's higher than 0, so the boss fight has started, you then change that boolean to true, and the next time that the boss's health becomes 0, you change it. It checks again and says, it's now that boolean has changed to true. Therefore, we can split. So I think that's the way of doing it. So I'll have to try that. ASL is a custom scripting language, but it is it's a derivative. It's a fork of C. It's C sharp with a few extra bells and whistles. C sharp with some custom methodology already built in. I got when I was doing the when I was building the auto splitter for Pampas and Celine, I'd have the game's community manager, Jack Clefairy, jump in and help me out a bit, because he does coding as well, and he wasn't familiar with ASL. He was very familiar with C sharp, but wasn't familiar with ASL. So he kept asking me about certain methods. It was like, you've got a method in here called update. And update doesn't seem to have a isn't mentioned earlier in the script. How have you declared what update is and what it does? And it's like, update is built into ASL. Yes. Ooh, I got a gold split for that level. That was nice. So yeah, if you're gonna write ASL, you're essentially learning C sharp. Actually, a better way of saying it is ASL is C# with some methods that have already been pre-written. Whereas in C# you would write your own methods. Oh, this fight has gone a bit haywire. Something went wrong with this. Oh, missed. Yeah, whereas in C# you would write your own methods and how they operate. You have a bunch of methods that are already pre-written. Oh my, I am not doing very well with this fight. Right, let's go this way. You should always try and go the opposite way of which way he's going. I mean, it is its own. Well, no, it's not. Yeah, it's not its own dedicated language. You know, it is. The file is referred to as a .asl file, and ASL is a language, but it's just, as I say, it's just C# with some methods already pre-built, like state, update, split, start, reset. On start, on split, on reset. If this run, one of the difficulties with testing the auto splitter is the IGT doesn't tick. The IGT for this game doesn't tick when you continue, so you kind of have to actually finish a run. So if the run that I'm currently doing isn't going to be a PB, I may quit the game before it saves after the final boss, because that way I can reload from the final boss and do the final boss again to test whether the tricks I'm going to do work. Yeah, now that I think about it, the only thing is I'll need to check to see if Klonoa's lives can be tracked during that section of the fight, because I believe it will reset. I believe that when you reset the fight, the King of Sorrow's health goes back to starts at 0. But I'll have to double check that. But if you can, certainly if Klonoa's lives are trackable, in it, I'm pretty sure Klonoa's lives are trackable in the auto splitter. But if Klonoa's lives are trackable, all you do is you say if that boolean is true, and Klonoa's lives decrease by 1, then reset it to false. So either hit R1 for something, because I assumed it was a cutscene. I don't know. Ba-ba-ba-ba-da. Yeah, hopefully that'll fix it. But then there's still one more thing to fix. Because I was talking earlier about the and maybe Jasper, you're obviously a lot better at programming than I am. You might have an idea about this. As I said before, the very last thing that when the splitter splits on the final split, it does some stuff with the IGT. Because the IGT does not, the official IGT does not include milliseconds. It attempts, albeit unsuccessfully at the moment, to remove the milliseconds from the IGT in the auto splitter, because if you're adding on the milliseconds from, it's difficult to explain, but say you've got a final IGT time of 30 minutes. We've just hit 30 minutes in this run, so let's go with 30 minutes. Say you've got a final IGT of 30 minutes dead on, 30:00. Okay, you then, and you're doing an all visions run, so you now, once you finish, you now have to go and do the Tower of Fun, House of Fun, Tower of Fun. What are they called? They're not called towers. I know in Klonoa 1 it's called, the bonus level is called Balu's Tower. These aren't called towers. What are they? They're not called towers, and they're not called house. Chamber, thank you, Deal. Yeah, you got the Chamber of Fun and Chamber of Horror. So in an All Visions run, which All Visions involves you collecting every Mommet doll so that you can unlock the 2 chambers. Once you finish the main game, you then go on to the 2 chamber levels and complete those. The IGT, the overall game IGT, does not tick during the 2 chamber levels. You can't once you've finished the game, the IGT stays static anyway. Although if you're doing an All Visions level, if you're doing an All Visions run, what you actually do is you finish the Kingdom of Sorrow, not the Kingdom of Sorrow, you finish the Forgotten Path, the second to last level of the game, and then go back, do the 2 chambers, and then go and defeat the final boss. That's how you do it. You could do it the other way around. You could defeat the final boss, but you then have to watch through the credits and then go and do the chambers. And you'd have to load your save as well, which, again, causes problems with the auto splitter. The auto splitter wouldn't like trying to load a save. So those 2 levels the IGT doesn't tick for. They have their own in-game timers, and those 2 in-game timers do include milliseconds. And in what the ASL does, what the auto splitter does, is it adds the 2 in-level timers to the IGT. So whilst the game's official IGT doesn't tick during those levels, the auto splitter's IGT does, because it adds those 2 level timers to the IGT that's being tracked. But because of that was terrible. Because of the whole, those 2 levels include milliseconds, and the main game doesn't include milliseconds, you could end up with a situation where, as I say, you finish the main game, you've got an IGT of 30 minutes, bang on, 30:00, and 30:00. We don't care what your milliseconds are for a second here. Let's say you then do the two towers, you do the 2 chambers, and the combined milliseconds of those 2 do not make up an extra second. So let's say you finish one in 1 minute, 29 seconds, and 5 milliseconds, and you finish the other one in 2 minutes, 6 seconds, and 32 milliseconds. 5 milliseconds plus 32 milliseconds equals 37 milliseconds. So your final IGT, officially, according to the game, from what the game can show you, is your final IGT is 30 minutes plus, 3 minutes and 32 milliseconds. And that is what the game recognizes your IGT is, and that is what speedrun.com would recognize as your IGT. However, because the auto splitter does recognize that the main game's IGT has milliseconds, it's just they're not shown in the game. If your milliseconds from the main game would then bump that 37 milliseconds over a second. So say your main IGTs milliseconds were 82. 82 plus 37 is an additional second. And so whilst technically your final time would include an extra second, officially it doesn't, because without the auto splitter you can't see that. You can only see that because the auto splitter is giving you information that the game does not give you. So why not tell Iliseka? Because for me at least, I don't know how anyone else would feel about this. For me, I like still being able to track the milliseconds. For me, I don't like. I'm not a big fan of. I'm not a big fan of a speedrun timer that doesn't include milliseconds. It looks odd to me, and I like when you're comparing times and looking at your splits and how well you're doing. Sometimes the milliseconds can count. So you can do that. You could do it that way, but you lose all information about milliseconds that could be useful. Yeah, and for how tight this game is, because it's not overly difficult and how tight it is, you can see my previous best segment. I beat it by 2.83 milliseconds. Technically, it's not milliseconds. It's actually 2.83 hundredths of a second, not milliseconds. Milliseconds would be 3 digits, technically. But we just say milliseconds. Yeah, it's technically 830 milliseconds is what that shows. But yeah, without that functionality in the auto splitter, you lose all of that information. Unfortunately, the first option there, using live split data, isn't an option, because this game is also available, and the speedrun boards crossover with console, and obviously you can't use live split on console. So accepting live split's data, the only time you could accept live split's data is on PC, and if you were to do that, technically that would mean PC would need putting on into its own category, which that would be the only reason PC would be in. That would be the only reason PC would be in its own category. Have live split show both? You could. You can't have live split show 2 different IGTs. Live split. The only way you can have live split show 2 different IGTs is if you just make one of those IGTs a variable and show it in the VAR viewer. But trust me, I've tried that, and timers shown in a VAR viewer look like garbage. They're awful. Yeah, they look terrible. They don't work very well. Because it's difficult for the game to keep up with that information. I remember trying it for Pampas and Celine, because Pampas and Celine has 2 in-game timers. And I wanted to see if there was a way of tracking both of them. And there isn't. Yeah, it can. Yeah, it can. It can be displayed using the variable, the ASL variable viewer. So, yeah, like Death Trackers or any other VAR viewer, but it looks like ass. The variable viewer just cannot keep up with it changing that quickly. I suppose you'd make the variable viewer the one that's only seconds, and have the main IGT be in milliseconds. But again, you kind of want your main IGT to be the one that's going to be on the board. I don't know. There's a solution. There is a solution to it. There is a solution with the way that I'm trying to do it. It just doesn't work at the moment. I always try and grab that that flying move. You can't grab it. Well, here's where we get onto the predicament at the moment. You don't update it live. No, the way the auto splitter currently works is on the final split, it deletes the millisecond. It deletes the remaining milliseconds. So once the final split happens, the game goes, right, this is the final time. Milliseconds after the next whole second are deleted, and the auto splitter, it reverts that time back. So say you finish at 37:59 and 0.06, it removes the 0.06. Problem is it currently doesn't work. For whatever reason, sometimes it rounds up instead of rounding down. Sometimes it goes down another second, and I don't know why. Yeah, that's the problem. The problem isn't that I haven't found a way to remove those milliseconds. It's that the way that I found to do it doesn't currently work. And it's inconsistent. Sometimes it works, sometimes it takes off those milliseconds perfectly, but other times it will round up, as I say, or it will round down and delete another second. And I don't know why. So yeah, actually, I was going to say Jasper is someone who does actually work. Oh, nuts! I didn't quite grab stuff there. That was awkward. As someone who works in C#, I might send you the snippet of code for the final split and see what you think. See if you can figure out where I've gone wrong and why it's not doing what I want it to do. Ooh, grabbing that flying moo was perfect. That is actually what I should do, except I then messed it up. Yeah, I've got something wrong with it. Oh, come on. You don't need the elevator. I mean, it's the the code is different. The kind of way it's written, it's more the maths. It's more the function. It's less about the written code. It's more about how is this functionally supposed to work? Because whatever I'm doing at the moment, it is not functioning correctly. Yeah. So for example, it's not that I need to know how to code. It's not that I need to know how to code 1 + 1 in a specific language. It's how do I know that what I'm supposed to be doing is 1 + 1? That makes sense. How do I get to 1 + 1? I'll worry about how I write 1 + 1 later. We get a bit of a break here. This run has been so far better than the previous one. Obviously, Mobile Tank took us out a little bit. Leptio took us out a little bit. And that Ishra's arc was not very good either. I don't think I've looked at I don't think I've looked at converting the time from milliseconds to. I've never considered converting the time from milliseconds to just seconds. Though I think that would mean that, for example, my IGT now. No, because the way the IGT is shown, as in the way the IGT is currently showing, seconds, minutes, seconds, and milliseconds. That's not in the code. That's in the live split layout. So presumably, if you had this layout with and it was looking up an IGT that didn't include milliseconds, the milliseconds in this layout would just show 0. Yes, show it date and time has always been a pain in the ass. So yeah, actually, if I could just get the auto splitter to go, you know what? Now that the run is over, there are no milliseconds. This is just a time. This is just in seconds. Assuming if you did that, it would always round down, which I would think it would. In any game, like for example, Metal Gear Solid's IGT doesn't show milliseconds, but when you're running with live split, you can see the milliseconds. And if you finish a speed run of Metal Gear Solid 1 with 1 hour, 1 minute, 1 second, and 999 milliseconds, your final time is 1 second on in-game. Your final time is not 2 seconds. It doesn't round it up. So yeah, if I could convert the time, from milliseconds to just seconds at that point, that might work. Because it should always round down. Should never round up. Yeah, that may have some legs. I quite like that idea. That might work. Oh, bollocks. I got that wrong, didn't I? I forgot to push the button. I was supposed to push the button. There we go. Yeah, I'd not thought of that. That might actually work. That might be the solution. I'm going to play this safe and I'm going to get the health. Really need to be able to get to this point without taking any damage. Crab skip. I didn't even need the health. Did it in one. Crab skip. Right, so we go hit the button. Come back to here. Grab the boomy. Come to here. Wait for the... There we go. First try. Beautiful. That was way better. I have seen the out of bounds for that for the start of the stage. It's fucking weird. It's so weird. And really cool. I've gone the wrong way. Yeah, I've gone the wrong. I should have gone the other way. I need this bill. Yeah, it's so like it's such a weird out of bounds skip. It does save time. Not a huge amount of time, so I've not should say the out of bounds skip for the start of the level is only available in support mode with Popka. It's not doable in this category. Is it not just the start? I'm sure when I first saw it, it was mainly just the start. Or doesn't it? Did it go up to the room I was just in? That wasn't too bad a room. Yeah, until you get to the giant room. Yeah. Yes, sorry. I have seen that it's out of bounds up until that room. It's so weird. It just goes to show that there is probably so much untapped potential for Popka still. I think Maze of Memories it works in Maze of Memories the way it does because Maze of Memories is such a unique level. So I don't think that kind of thing would work in every level. It's only because the structure of Maze of Memories is so bizarre. Whoops, I went the wrong way. Couldn't decide which way I was going. I always remember that you have to do this. You do this slightly different for Popculus, but it's actually only the end part. This puzzle is split into two halves. The first half is get to the Laquari. The second half is charge the Laquari. So that's get to the Laquari, and this is where we now deviate. If you were on a Popka run, you'd now grab the Laquari and get on with it. But without Popka, you can't get up. You can't get up to that boomy I've just grabbed, so you have to do it this way. So now you use the boomy. Now you start charging the Laquari. Head over to the Urbil. Wait at the door. You have to wait for the Laquari to return to Klonoa's hand. Cool. This has been a much better run of that level than the previous game. Still 28 seconds behind. Still made some errors, but at least I'm not massively behind now. Like I finished the previous one. What was it? 10 minutes behind. I'm currently 2 minutes behind. That's much. For my run on Saturday, at the very least, I'd like to be within 5 minutes of my PB. I think that's unless you're doing a really short run. For a run of this length, any run that's sort of, half an hour or longer, maybe even half an hour, but half an hour might be cutting it a bit fine. But in a marathon setting, for me, I would always want to be within 5 minutes of my PB, because for most marathons, I give an estimate of 10 minutes over my PB. So I always have a 10-minute window of mistakes. So aiming to do half of that is good. It depends on the run. If it's a run I am very, very good at and confident at, I will only give myself. I usually give a PB of 8, an estimate of 8 minutes over. Like Unmetal, I would give an estimate of 8 minutes over. I actually did an Unmetal speedrun last night. This was before I knew I'd gotten Unmetal into Hotfix. Because Unmetal, we talked about this on Tuesday's stream. Unmetal has a new speedrunner, finally, after all this time. Bracon, who is a reasonably well-known Metal Gear speedrunner. Mostly known for running Twin Snakes, and is one of the best MGS2 dog tag runners. Yay, that was it. That was a gold split. That was a good Palante. That was nice. He's now picked up Unmetal, posted his first sub-hour run this week, which is really nice. But he said that he'd had some problems with the auto splitter. Now I didn't write the Unmetal auto splitter.
Yeah.
But there was a patch for Unmetal, patch 13. Hit in October, which I didn't realise. And I've been waiting for patch 13 for quite some time, because there was a bit of content in it that I was expecting, but it has not landed in 13. The only thing that happened in patch 13 was Arabic subtitles got added, which was pretty cool. Thank you, Toru. I thought that was a nice Palante as well. So yeah, so I now await patch 14. I was always told that patch 13 was going to come, with some additional stuff. But then Fran's been working on Pampers and Celine for a very long time, so it's, you know, understandable. So I'm kind of hoping that now that Pampers and Celine is done, and it's not done, it's been released, but he's still got, you know, patches, updates. I think he's going to include New Game Plus as DLC at some point. Come on, Super Bounce. There we go. So yeah, he's still got some work to do on it, but I am hoping at some point he might go back to patch 13. Well, now patch 14. I should mention it to Jack at some point. Probably should try and save that move. Because when you come into here, you wanna throw the moo at that. Oh, come on, I need to be slightly higher up. Come on, I can do this. I did it last run. Oh, that time was too high. I mean, at this rate, I'm going to be... Oh, come on. Oh, I was going to say I'm going to drown before I need to go back outside. Come on, I got this right earlier. There we go. There we go. I'm drowning. Well, dying to a lack of air. So I'm going to reset to over here. And there we go. That was really bad. That should have been... I should have done that a lot quicker. I've gotten so much better at that throw. So to then mess it up like that is a bit disappointing. Oh, damn it. Hey, super jump. Oh. Yeah, sometimes that super jump doesn't actually get you over. You have to do a little wiggle at the end, which is what I should have done. Ideally, you want to get the super jump, but keep the Laquari. Because if you keep the Laquari, you then don't have to wait for these. Very glad I grabbed that heart. Otherwise, that would have been another death. Let's see, I'm going to lose some time on this level. I did have a quick look during the break at what I'm supposed to do with this section, so I know what I'm doing now. This isn't going to be completely clumsy. There we go. That's how you do that section. Well, I am not losing time. Quite a lot of time as well. It's bad. This is a really bad level. Do not super bounce on these bounce pads. You will break through the ceiling, be on top of the level, and the only way out is to go left, and eventually you go far enough left, and it will take you back to the previous room. Learned that one the hard way. Okay, so I'm now just over 3 minutes behind, which isn't ideal. It's also 10 past midnight. usually finish the stream by now. But I clearly need the practice, so I knew that's the thing. It's the reason why I don't do a lot of practice with Klonoa, because I know that it's only those couple of bits. It's a couple of rooms that I can never remember, particularly for this category. If it was Popka, we were doing support mode. If we were doing support mode, then it'd be a bit different. Damn it. Because I know, you know, I've been doing support mode for 12 years. I know that run in and out, apart from, you know, the new out of bounds skip. I really should learn that at some point. That's how you get over that bit. Thanks, Jasper. Yeah, I'll drop you the snippet of code for the final split and see what you think. So I think your idea of converting it to a time that doesn't have milliseconds is the answer, rather than try and work out how many milliseconds are in it and delete them. And yeah, I think the final boss split is fixable now with the whole idea of using a boolean to determine whether or not the boss fight has started. Again, it's the kind of thing that when I wrote this auto splitter, I would never have considered, because it was always, I need to look at another variable. I need to determine whether another variable, you know, another item in memory has changed. I'd not considered the fact that I can create my own variable that can change depending on what's happened with the variable that I'm looking at. To go back and write the mini ghost auto splitter again. So yeah, I also wrote the auto splitter for another unepic game called Mini Ghost, which I will be showcasing at Power Up with Pride next Sunday. So yes, I wrote the auto splitter for that one long after the game had come out. Basically, I decided to start learning Mini Ghost because I got made a super moderator for it without me even playing the game. Actually, that's not true. I might have played the game, but not speedrun it by that point. That was because I went to the Mini Ghost mods, saying that I was looking to try and combine all of the unepic games together as one series on speedrun.com, and was wondering if they were, you know, if they'd be up for it. And they said, "We don't speedrun this game anymore. We haven't looked at it in ages. Here you go. You're a super mod now." I was like, "Oh, okay." So having never speedrun the game, I became the super mod for it. Not the last time that would ever happen. Though the other time was a little bit different. I am also the super mod for Pampas and Celine, but that's because I submitted the game and created the board. To this day, I still haven't speedrun Pampas and Celine because it only came out at the end of May, and as I've already explained, my June is absolutely stacked. I have no time to learn the speedrun. I will learn the speedrun for Pampas and Celine at some point. I know the game inside and out because I wrote the auto splitter for it. But at some point I will actually learn the speedrun. It's a very impressive speedrun. Hey, Axel. Oh, good to see you, buddy. Pampas. Oh my... Wow. As a as a new dad to a 7-month-old who changes Pampers nappies every day of his life, I can't believe I have not considered that myself. How have I not made that connection? Rugrats has been on. Has Rugrats been on Misfit Mascot Relay? I can't remember. It has. Klonoa 2 does Klonoa 2 have an ILs board? I can't remember. Actually, I think Klonoa 2 does have an ILs board, but just for the bosses, for the boss rush mode. Yeah, actually, now that I think about it, I think someone asked me about whether the auto splitter could manage ILs. Time attack and bonus visions, yeah. Yeah, because the auto splitter currently doesn't support ILs. It only supports the 2 chambers as part of an All Visions run. But to be honest, an auto splitter for ILs in this doesn't really make sense. Unless you had an auto splitter, unless the auto splitter counted for every single room. You could do an auto, if you had an auto splitter that counted for every single room, then you could split for every individual room of you could split for every individual room of the 2 chambers levels. Obviously there's absolutely no point in an auto splitter for... Got him! This is her even. That was a really nice phase 1. There's absolutely no point in an auto splitter for the boss time attacks. Completely pointless. The only thing I've not managed to hit doubles on this in a very long time. And I find that I lose more time going for doubles than I gain from it. I'll take a phase like the one I just had over trying to hit doubles, because that was damn good. That's going to be a gold split, actually. In fact, that might be a gold split by like 20 seconds. That is probably the best I've ever... Okay, 12 seconds. That might be the best version of that fight certainly the best version of that fight I've done in a very, very long time. I'd have to check my splits for support mode to see if I've done that fight faster. Here we go. Yeah, here we go. Can I get the engine skips? It's a little bit harder without Popka. The second one is harder without Popka. Actually, the third one is harder without Popka as well. The first one doesn't really make a lot of difference. Yes, this is Populous. I'm going to be running this on Saturday for the Misfit Mascot Relay. Misfit Mascot Relay 3. And the category for it is Populous. Mainly because no one, and I don't blame them, no one can be asked with the controller setup. That seemed good. Boom! Engine skip 1. Now that I've got to say, now that I know a lot more about auto splitting and writing, the auto splitter for Klonoa is quite formulaic. It's very hard coded. There's not a lot of cleverness with it. I could probably now quite easily rewrite it to include splits for every room. And in fact, I could probably rewrite the main split so that it would be a lot easier written. Make sure you, if you miss the second boomy on, if you miss the second boomy on that switch hit, it's devastating. You lose so much time. You happen to know also about load removers? Yeah, I mean, a load remover is simply an ASL. That's a fail. A load remover is simply an auto splitter where the IGT or real time pauses when the game is loading. Basically, the way it works is you need to be able to find a variable or something in the game's memory that changes when the game is loading. Usually there is something like that in the game. So, for example, Metal Gear Solid 3, the Master Collection PC version, uses load remove time, and it is simply that in the game there is some sort of variable in memory that says that it's true when the game is loading and false when the game is not loading. And basically, you just tell the timer as long as this variable is set to, as long as this variable is true, that's not going to be the second engine skip. I hate the second one. The second one's my least favourite. Try for Neo 2. If I did it, whoops. That's not going to cost me too much time. If I did it, Neil, which, to be honest, if I'm going to go back and look at the auto splitter again, and I think I can do it relatively easily, then I'll probably do it. But when doing it, I would give you full control over which splits you can enable and disable. So every single room split could be enabled or disabled, and by default I would have them switched off. So by default it would only be the ends of levels that you'd split on. Yeah, I do think it would be really useful. As with any speed game, the more splits you have, the more accurate your sum of best is. And at the moment, sum of best for Klonoa is not very accurate at all. Yeah, as I say, it doesn't necessarily have to be. Yeah, it doesn't necessarily have to be a loading. Like, there's loads of different ways to do it, depending on exactly what you need out of it. That was a little slow. Yeah, depending on exactly what you need and how you build it, it could be that you have a variable that says that you're in a level, and whenever you're not in a level, the auto splitter doesn't tick. You know, that's an option. There's lots of options. It's just finding the option that works for your game. And finding it, that's the other thing. You have to be able to find it in memory. The other option is using an image-based auto splitter, which I have done, and I have built image-based auto splitters before. Image-based auto splitters aren't always the most reliable things. Yeah, something like in mission or in map would work. Image-based auto splitters are not very reliable. I wouldn't recommend an image-based auto splitter at all. That's bad. It's just gonna explode off its own accord in a second. That'll do. Basically, what an image-based auto splitter is rather than it looking at memory, you have something looking at the game's image itself. And it's image-based auto splitter. It's actually watching the game, and you give the auto splitter, you give the splitter an image to look for. Damn it! I keep forgetting. I just keep losing concentration at this point, and just. Damn it! Come on, Nick, concentrate. Fine. That's not how you're supposed to do it. Yeah, that is not the optimal way of doing that trick. I love that one. That's one of my favorite tricks for this category. It looks so funny. Yes, that's yeah. So an image-based auto splitter looks. You give it an image and it compares. It compares what's happening in the game with the image you presented it. You give it a threshold for how accurate, how much you need the image to match. That was dumb. I completely forgot to grab the moo. Yeah, you tell it how accurate you need the image to match, and if it hits that threshold, it splits. That is the basic functionality of an image-based one. You can do other stuff, like as I said, where like the game will pause if it sees something. The IGT will pause if it sees something, or the IGT will only tick when it sees something. I don't know if the basic auto split program does that, or whether you have to build it specifically to do that. The advantage of an image-based auto splitter is it also works on console, because you're not looking at memory, you are just looking at a feed of a game. So image-based auto splitters work with console games. I have attempted to build image-based auto splitters for a few games before. They haven't always gone very well. Oh, bum. And of course I haven't saved it because I was trying to do the I don't know if I haven't got the key. Yeah, that was bad. Yeah, I tried. I once tried to build one. I did once try to build one for Metal Gear Solid 3. And that went badly. This was before the Master Collection came along. Yeah, I once tried to build one for Metal Gear Solid 3 and it didn't really work. I tried building one... I'm sure I tried building one for something else. I can't remember exactly what. The only one that I have successfully built and works to an extent, it works to as much of an extent as it can. As I said, they're not overly reliable, and the one that I have actually released publicly for a speedrunning community, sadly required it 4 milliseconds, and you cannot get accurate timings on milliseconds. And that was Wacky Races, starring Dastardly and Muttley. Yes, I successfully built an auto splitter for that. An image-based auto splitter for that. Yay, I got it right. We'll get that extra life whilst I'm here. 2 out of 3 is not bad. 2 out of 3 is kind of what I always aim for, because I'm really bad at the second one. Yeah, when it splits, it uses the pause button on live split instead. Absolutely. The best example I know of one that uses a very custom image-based auto splitter. So it's not just basically the program is called Auto Split, and you can build stuff yourself with it. Thank you. I mean, for Engine Skip 2, you kind of have to do a sliding toss, and I'm really bad at it. That one was more of a fluke. Yes, that's the other thing with image-based auto splitters. You have to get... Everyone's reference image might be slightly different. Some games it's easier than others. Yeah, the one that I know that is particularly custom built for it is Crash Bandicoots. The Crash Bandicoot Insane Trilogy uses an image-based auto splitter for loading remove time. Basically, it watches your feed, and whenever the loading screen comes up, and the loading screen is identical across Crash 1, 2, and 3 for the NST, it is a black screen with a message across the bottom and Aku Aku flying around in a random location. Basically, whenever the auto splitter sees that screen, it pauses. And as a result, the loading remove time is used on PC and on console. And it's really difficult for any runner to not have that reference image correct. Whoops. The difficulty that I had with Wacky Races is that for Wacky Races I was using game elements, so you can use masks, and in fact you're encouraged to use masks. So for example, as in earlier when Axel Sand said that Wipeout detects to see whether the loading image is on screen. If that loading bar appears across multiple different screens, so it's not just like a black screen with a loading bar each time, say that loading bar appears at the end of a race and the race is still being shown in the background, then obviously that's not going to work because you've got a different image each time. But you can use masks, so you're only looking at the loading bar in that image. So I did that with Wacky Races. I specifically look at the 3, 2, 1. You have a big comical 3, 2, 1 appear when a race is about to start, and there's a timer in the top right hand corner. When you finish a race, that timer changes somehow. I can't remember exactly what it does. I think it says it changes and says race finished. So it looks to see, it ignores the rest of the screen and just looks to see if that says race finish or whatever it was that changes. The problem is for Wacky Races, the in-game HUD is completely customizable for positioning. you can go into the settings and say how far away from the like edges of the screen the HUD appears. So it's like, unless everyone sticks to the default, if anyone changes it, it's going to be in the wrong position. So yeah, image-based auto splitters are not ideal. They are, whoops, this way. They are best suited in easy, simple locations where there's not too... Oh, for God's sake, Nick. Where there's not too much going on the screen. And I would always say, particularly on PC, they should be a last resort. Oh, I know a I know a game I tried to make an image-based auto splitter. In fact, I know a game I successfully made an image-based auto splitter for. Klonoa 2 Lunatea's Veil. Back when I was running this on PS2, which obviously console can't use an auto splitter on console, I did successfully build an auto splitter for Klonoa 2. Basically, the image that it was checking for was the loading save screen. At the end of every level on the original PS2 version, you were always asked if you wanted to save the game with the same screen at the end of every level. So it just checked. As soon as it saw that screen, it split. That was a lifesaver. Considering I was trying to use 2 controllers at the same time. Absolute godsend. That auto splitter was. Occasionally, it wouldn't work because I'd select no so quickly that it didn't have time to register it. Yes, even if you don't have a memory... Because I remember trying that. I remember thinking, if I don't run the game with a memory card plugged in, does that mean it won't ask me? Because that would save time. Because the PS2 version, we run in our RTA. There's no in-game timer. I was like, would that save time? Like, nope. Even if you have no memory card inserted, it still asks you if you want to save. Because if you have no memory card inserted, when you get to that... Oh, for God's sake, Nick, come on. When you get to that screen... Wait, if you say yes, it then checks to see if you've got a... It then checks to see if you've got a memory card inserted. Head in hands, almost in unison. There. Dying there is horrible. Right at the end of that section. It's like, yes, I'm free. Again, Popka. Thinking of Popka. Oh, nice. I get the pity extra life and immediately waste it. It's like, I don't need your charity. Shut up, game. I don't need you to give me extra lives. The double head in hands. I hate this level. It's such a slog. This level is such a fucking slog. I can't remember what they're called. I always call them lums because they remind me of lums from Rayman. but they're not called lumps. I don't know what they're called. If your timing is right, you can actually grab this rocket. I forget what the rocket's called. As it spawns out of the wormhole. But your timing has got to be like spot on. Jetimo, thank you. Yeah, Kingdom of Sorrow. It's, as I say, it's a very nice level. It's a perfect level. It's perfectly designed. Like, as far as a gameplay experience goes, this level is probably one of the best levels in the game. Because it utilizes all of the puzzle and platforming skills that you have developed throughout the game. It has this very slow, somber feel to it. It definitely feels like you're in the Kingdom of Sorrow. It has that last slog mentality to it, which matches up with the fact that you're nearly at the end of the game. You've just got a little bit further to go. You just got to chug, 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 chug. You know, you just got to keep chugging. You're nearly there. You're nearly done. Just keep going. Yeah, it's perfect. It is, as I say, it's probably one of the best designed levels in the game. In fact, it's one of the best designed levels. Damn it! One of the best designed levels in a game that I can think of. Oh, that was close. Who's the Rocky chugging? Yeah. But in a speed run, it's just a bit doesn't want it to be over. Let me get to the cool surfing level. That's some rookie chugging. You got to bump up that chug. Wait, this isn't popcorn. I have to jump again. Yay, it's over. We're nearly done, I promise. We're only 6 minutes behind. Might have to try and get. I'm about to say I might have to try and get some more practice in. I don't think I can. I'm having to take my PC apart tomorrow. Well, not take the PC apart. When I say take the PC apart, I just mean like move the desk and monitor. I'm not like disassembling the PC. Yeah, I'm not taking out the hard drives and the graphics card and all of that. I'm not disassembling that. I've just got to take the build down, monitors, desk, everything's got to go, and then I've got to rebuild it before 1 PM on Saturday in time for Misfit Mascot Relay 3. I'm having tomorrow. I'm having all of the windows at the front of my house redone because they're all very old double glazing. Some of them just don't work properly anymore, and we figured if we're going to do one of them, we might as well do them all. So just the front of the house, but in this room, there are 2 windows in this room that need redoing, and one of them is directly in front of me. It's just up and behind my rig. Ooh, new PC. So yeah, I've got to take it all apart so that the window fitters can get to that space. Yeah, which isn't going to be fun because my computer is getting heavy. If I could, I would simply unplug it. Everything that I have on here is plugged into one 15 gang plug socket, which plugs into one socket in the wall because this room hilariously only has 2 plug sockets in the entire in the entire room. Ridiculous. So yeah, I've got to so I could just unplug the 15 gang extension lead from the wall, stick it on the desk, and then move the desk. But because of everything on the desk, including my computer itself, it is so freaking heavy. Actually, I'm kind of hoping that I can just unplug my computer from everything, get my computer off the desk, and then I might be able to just move the desk with the monitors and everything else still on it. Which of the surf levels would you say is hardest in any percent and in 100%? Wouldn't know for 100% because I've not done 100%. I've only done all visions. For all visions, it's this one. Because you do have to go a little bit out of your way to get some stuff. I'd probably still say it's this one for 100% because there's a couple of flying. Neil thinks it'd be Mirror Mirror for 100%. There's a couple of flying gems which you only get one shot at getting, and if you miss them, you have to take a death. That would be the only reason I'd say that one. And the answer is obviously not Jungle Slider, because Jungle Slider is the first one, and it's by definition, therefore, it should be the easiest one. One hit. Right, I am gonna, because we are about 6 minutes behind PB, I am gonna do what I said I'm gonna do. Once I've defeated the final boss, before the auto splitter kicks in, partly because the auto splitter kicks in when the game saves, I'm going to Alt F4. I'm going to pause the game and I'm going to Alt F4 before the game saves that I finished it. It means that I can then. Oh my! Wow, that sucks. Oh, I hadn't thought of Empty of Tears. It then means that I'll have a save game where the King of Sorrow hasn't been defeated, so I can still test the auto splitter with the IGT and see if it works. Yeah, that sucked. I bloody defeated him, but the white spiky ball things didn't hadn't quite disappeared, and I ran into one of them. This bit is still the weirdest bit in the entire game. I tend to talk about this a lot. No, sadly, that was not strats. There is one death strat like that, though. I don't use it because I don't like it. I don't actually know how much time it saves. It's more, I don't use it because I'm ignorant more than anything else. And it's Cursley Arena. Once you finish phase 1, you can deliberately take a death, and that speeds up the start of phase 2. Particularly on the Fantasy Reverie version, because the IGT also pauses when you're dead. But yeah, I understand it's a very minor time save. I'm dead. Time 1 hour 24 minutes and 25 seconds. So you can see that the on the auto splitter, the IGT is paused, because in game the IGT is paused, but the RTA is still going and the split hasn't ended because I hadn't managed to get it to split there. But as I'm now going to quit out of the game, I just simply won't continue this cutscene. I'll do it afterwards. I'm going to quit out of the game. In fact, let me manually split and then end. So it saves my splits because I did get some golds. Yeah, I'll quit out of the game once I'm done. So I have a save where the King of Sorrow hasn't been defeated, so I can test that final split and see if I can get it to split on his death, because I think we might have a method of doing it, and B, fix the removal of the milliseconds, because Jasper's given me an idea on how we might be able to do that better than what's doing. So hopefully I can fix that bit of the auto splitter, and then, as I said, hopefully I can also introduce individual room splits. And eventually with those, one thing that I've wanted to learn for Pampas and Celine, which if I do learn it for this, if I do learn it for Pampas and Celine, I will incorporate into this as well, is undo splits. You can have an auto splitter undo splits. I don't know how. I know it can be done because the Twin Snakes auto splitter does it. Because the Twin Snake splitter splits on the movement between rooms, and if you go back to a previous room, it will undo your split. I don't know how it works. I've looked at the code. I cannot work it out. I'd like to work it out because it'd be something that's really useful for Pampas and Salim, because you load saves. You load previous saves when you die, and it'd be useful to undo any splits that happened before your last save. In here, it'd be useful if you accidentally go back to a previous room, or if you're doing all visions and you miss something and you have to go back to a previous room, then it could undo the split going backwards and forwards, which is really helpful for timing purposes. It also means it doesn't double split, because if you leave a room, go to the next room and go back and then go back again, it could double split. You don't want double splits. So hopefully hopefully I will learn how to do that, and when I learn how to do that, I'll incorporate into Klonoa 2 as well. But I do feel strongly that we might have a solution to the final boss problem that it's always had. Anyway, that is going to be it for tonight's stream. There's no bonus streams or anything this weekend or tomorrow, because I simply don't have to. Well, I might have time. I'll probably have time to do another run tomorrow evening, because once the window's done, I'll then set everything back up and I'll be fine. But I probably won't stream. So yeah, hopefully I will see some of you on Saturday for the Misfit Mascot Relay 3. Remember, that takes place on BSG, Benelux Speedrun Gatherings space channel, Twitch channel. I'll give you the link. Copy link. There you go. So go and give. Oh, sorry, that's Bingo-thon. Ignore that one. I gave you the wrong one. That's Bingo-thon. I mean, I'm also doing Bingo-thon next weekend, so you might want to check that out. But no, there we go. There's BSG Marathon's URL. Go give them go follow them so you know when it goes live. But I'm the first run. Klonoa 2 is the opening run. I believe there's 3 teams. There'll be three different people streaming at the same time, all running Klonoa 2 at the same time. So come check it out. It's going to be fun, and I'm not going to be late and miss my run this time. Right, let's see who is currently live for me to. I don't recognize any of those apart from ESA, which has ESA and the GTA Marathon, both of which are in triple figures for viewing. So a raid from me doesn't really mean much. JJ6 One Toro is one of the runners I'll be racing against. Yeah, as I said before, if I show up late this time, I'm retiring from speedrunning, because I will not want to show my face at any event ever again. Oh, you're running Sly. Nice. I should really play Sly Cooper at some point. I remember playing the demos as a kid. I've never actually finished and fully played through a Sly Cooper game. It seems like the kind of game I'd enjoy. I like stealth games. I'm a big Metal Gear fan. I like the Batman Arkham games. They are releasing on PS5. Unfortunately, I don't own a PS5, so I would. I think the best way for me to play it would be on, because was there a PS3 collection. There was an HD collection of Sly for the PS3. That might be the best way. Unless there's a Vita version. If there's a Vita version of that re-release, I could play it on my Vita. Because some HD collections, the Metal Gear Solid HD collection, also got a Vita release. If there's a Vita, if I genuinely need a new game to play on my Vita, I'm kind of done. I'm kind of done with not Portable Ops. Peace Walker. I've been playing through Peace Walker again. I kind of done, so I need a new game to play. I've got loads of games on I haven't played, but if there's a Vita version of the Sly Cooper collection, I might do that. That'd be great. I love my Vita. I play it on the train to and from work. It's fantastic. Love it. So yeah, I might have a look at trying to get the Vita version of Sly Cooper. That's a great idea. Thank you. Thank you. And good night. That genuinely is it.